Chapter 23:17. Deeper in the sea. The howling of the wind and the rolling of the waves were as deafening as the rumbling of thunder. Amidst the strong winds and huge waves, a huge stone door was suspended above the sea. The stone door was about a few 100 feet tall. It was engraved with divine dragon patterns. There was a golden dragon, a fire dragon, a water dragon, and so on. They were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, as if they were real. But the stone door only had a door frame and no door. On the other side of the stone door was a vast sea. Moreover, the sea on the other side was extremely calm, without any wind or waves. The sky was also cloudless. Whether it was the moon or the stars, they could all be seen clearly. On one side, there were strong winds and huge waves, dark clouds covering the sky, and it was so dark that one couldn't even see one's fingers. On the other side, it was calm, the moon hung high in the sky, and the stars twinkled. The stone door above the sea was like a barrier that divided heaven and earth into two halves. In front of the stone door, two burly men sat cross-legged in the void. They both had long fiery red hair, and the aura they exuded was also extremely terrifying. Both of them had their eyes closed, and their faces were calm. But the void around them was distorted and trembling. This was because their aura was so strong that even the void could not withstand it. About half an hour passed. Whoosh! Suddenly, the two men suddenly opened their eyes, and two fiery red beams of light burst out of their eyes. They looked at the sea in front of them, and a cold look appeared on their faces. Whoosh! At the same time, two figures flashed through the air like lightning. They were two young men. They were in their 20s. One was dressed in white, and the other was like fire. They did not hide their aura at all. That's right. The two of them were Qin Feiyang and Hu Yi. Look. Hu Yi pointed at the stone door, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Qin Feiyang also noticed it. And he also noticed that on the other side of the stone door, there was a clear night sky, and the calm sea. Looks like that's the entrance to the divine land. Looking at the stone door, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Then he looked at the two burly men sitting cross-legged in front of the stone door, and his pupils immediately shrank. Their aura was very strong. Two-peak ninth heaven realm. As we expected, there is more than one person guarding here. Hu Yi said. Qin Feiyang turned his gaze to the void ahead and muttered, perhaps there are still things we can't see. What I can't see, Hu Yi whispered. The meaning of his words was very clear. It was very likely that there were other people hiding here. Qin Feiyang, Hu Yi. The two tall and sturdy men also recognized Qin Feiyang. They immediately stood up, and a terrifying aura rolled out. Charge! A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. The corner of Hu Yi's mouth rose slightly. Boom! Divine power roared like a flood, instantly covering the sky and surging toward the two of them. The two of them turned pale with fright. Without looking back, they entered the stone door and appeared on the other side of the sea. Rumble. Hu Yi's divine power also blasted into the stone door. Immediately, a shocking scene appeared. A milky white light screen suddenly appeared on the originally empty stone door. The light screen had actually blocked Hu Yi's divine power. Qin Feiyang and Hu Yi's faces suddenly became solemn. The aura emitted by this light screen was almost the same as Long Zun's. Obviously, this light screen was set up by Long Zun. In other words, if they wanted to enter the divine land, they first had to break through this light screen. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, look at the void next to the stone door. Hu Yi nodded and waved his hand again and again. 4 waves of divine power swept out one after another, blasting into the void above, below, left, and right of the stone door. Rumble. Accompanied by a series of loud sounds, the light screens flickered in the void. After blocking Hu Yi's divine power, they quickly disappeared into the void. Don't bother. The entire divine land is shrouded in a barrier. If you want to enter the divine land, you can only go through the 4 entrances. But now the 4 entrances are in a sealed state. Only we dragons can enter and exit freely. So, you will never be able to enter. The two tall and sturdy men stood opposite, looking at Qin Feiyang and Hu Yi with sneers on their faces. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, try it from the bottom of the sea. Hue Yi immediately entered the sea. Rumble. Soon. Ear-shattering noises came from the sea. Not long after. Hue Yi flew out and shook his head. No, there is also a barrier in the sea. Qin Feiyang said, then it seems that we can only enter from this entrance. Entrance. Hue Yi glanced at the stone door and sent a sound transmission. The entrance was sealed by Long Zun. I have no way to break it, unless I have a heaven-defying divine artifact. Heaven-defying divine artifact. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. This Long Zun was too cautious. Wait. Only dragons could enter and exit freely. That's right. He had the power of the purple gold dragon blood, which was no different from the divine dragons. Since the dragons could enter and exit freely, then he should be able to as well. With that thought in mind, Qin Feiyang immediately leaned over to Hue Yi's ear and whispered a few words. Is it okay? After Hue Yi heard this, he looked at him in a daze. How would I know if I don't try? Qin Feiyang secretly said something, then sent Hue Yi to the castle, and then walked towards the stone door. What is he going to do? I don't know. The two burly men looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang stood in front of the stone door, looking at the void inside the stone door, took a deep breath, then raised his arm and slowly extended it towards the stone door. Buzz. The light curtain appeared again. Qin Feiyang did not stop, and his fingertips reached towards the light curtain. Finally, his fingertips and the light curtain touched together. But unexpectedly, the light curtain immediately emerged with a repulsive force, shaking Qin Feiyang back. Why can't it work? In any case, I can be considered half a divine dragon. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Half a divine dragon? The light curtain did not have a soundproof effect, and the two burly men heard it clearly and immediately understood. On their faces, there was also a sneer. Although you have the power of the purple gold dragon blood, you have not signed a fate contract. In short, only by signing a fate contract can you freely enter and exit. The two burly men sneered. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang muttered, and with a wave of his hand, Hue Yi appeared again. It seems that I can only break it by force. This matter depends on you. Hue Yi said. I'm afraid I can't do it either. You also saw it when I fought with Long Zun's clone last time. Even if it's the slaughter domain, in front of her, it's nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You still have some self-awareness. Before his voice faded, an ice-cold and bone-piercing voice suddenly rang out from behind Qin Feiyang and his companion. Following closely, a woman appeared in the void behind Qin Feiyang and Qin Yu. This voice, Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi quickly turned their heads to look, and their faces suddenly changed. Sure enough, it was that woman. The daughter of Long Zun, the princess of the dragons. Qin Feiyang pretended to ask, Who the hell are you? There was a need to ask. Because this woman's identity was only known to old Wei and the others. If she didn't pretend to ask, she would definitely suspect that old Wei and the others had tipped him off. Who am I? Princess of the Dragons murmured, a trace of pride appearing on her face, and said, Soon you will know who I am. Come out. As her voice fell, figures appeared out of thin air beside Princess of the Dragons. Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi turned pale with fright. There were a total of 4 people. A burly man like a giant and an old man covered in a black robe. The other 2, like them, were both young men. One had blonde hair, the other had silver hair. They were about 1.8 meters tall, handsome, tall and straight, and had an extremely outstanding temperament. Although they looked young, the aura exuded by the 2 was not inferior to the burly man and the black-robed old man. As for the burly man and the black-robed old man, Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi were no strangers. They were the ancestral dragon of the Fire Dragon clan and the ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan. Obviously, the blonde and silver-haired youth must also be the ancestral dragon of a clan. Greetings, Your Highness. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, they bowed and said respectfully, Your Highness. Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi looked at the woman in surprise. Yes, I am the Princess of the Dragons. The woman looked at the 2 and said proudly. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, So, you are Long Zun's daughter? Yes. The woman said. I was wondering why Shen Qianshan and the others were so respectful to you. So you are Long Zun's daughter. This face now shouldn't be your real face, Qin Feiyang said. Since she was pretending to be the hostess, she must have changed her appearance. Yes. The woman nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the woman curiously and said, then what do you look like? You actually have the mood to care about what I look like. Have you not figured out your current situation? The woman was stunned. Qin Feiyang laughed. Princess of the Dragons, such a powerful figure, of course I am curious. Still laughing? The Princess of the Dragons was speechless. This guy's courage was indeed not something an ordinary person could compare to. All right, consider it as me talking too much. Qin Feiyang shook his head, looked at the black-robed old man and the burly man, and said with a smile, the two of you, long time no see, how have you been? The two of them were silent, and their eyes were extremely gloomy. Why do you all dislike me so much? Qin Feiyang was helpless. The Princess of the Dragons looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a frown, are you really not nervous at all? Why should I be nervous? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. All right, let me introduce you. The Black Dragon God and the Fire Dragon God, you have already met, so I won't say much. These two are also my dragons, ancestral dragons. They are the ancestral dragon of the Golden Dragon clan and the ancestral dragon of the Silver Dragon clan. The Princess of the Dragons pointed to the blonde and silver-haired young man, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, the four ancestral dragons are standing in front of you, and you are not nervous? I really admire your courage. You flatter me. Actually, it's like this. This time, I brought Huiyi here to seek refuge with you dragons. Qin Feiyang laughed. Seek refuge? The Princess of the Dragons was stunned. The black-robed old man immediately said, Your Highness, this person is full of tricks, don't be deceived by him. I'm telling the truth, I'm not lying to you. After these few battles with you dragons, I deeply realized that with the ability of us ordinary people, it's impossible for us to be a match for you dragons. That's why I've decided to turn over a new leaf and join the dragon race. As long as you don't deprive me of my bloodline power. Qin Feiyang sighed and said so seriously that even Huiyi almost believed him. Chapter 23:18. Really? Princess Dragons looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. More real than real gold? Qin Feiyang nodded. Okay. Princess Dragons smiled. The black-robed old man said again, Your Highness, this is definitely his scheme, don't fall for it. Qin Feiyang coldly snorted, Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. You are a gentleman? The black-robed old man was so angry that he laughed. I don't dare to say that I am a gentleman, but at least I won't be as despicable as you. Qin Feiyang said calmly. The black-robed old man blew his beard and said angrily, How am I despicable? Qin Feiyang said, You used the people of Sky Dragon City to threaten me, isn't that despicable? That's because they deserve to die. The black-robed old man sneered. Qin Feiyang said, Then in my opinion, you deserve to die too. The black-robed old man clenched his fists, his eyes filled with terrifying killing intent. But without Princess Dragons saying anything, he didn't dare to do anything. Princess Dragons looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled, It's not hard for me to believe you. I have a divine technique, if you obediently let me control you, I will let bygones be bygones and bring you to divine prefecture. Control? Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head, that won't do. If I am controlled by you, do I still have a choice? Even if you want to kill me, I can only stare. If I wanted to kill you, you would have been finished in the Heaven Immortal Tower. Princess Dragons said. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated. Princess Dragons said, This is my only condition, and also my last patience for you. Think about it carefully. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, What kind of divine technique is it? Princess Dragons said, Just controlling your soul, nothing else. Are you sure? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course. Is there a need to lie to you? Princess Dragons said. Let's take a gamble. Qin Feiyang hardened his heart. He looked at Princess Dragons and said, I also have a condition. As long as you agree, I will immediately let you control me. What conditions? Princess Dragons asked. Qin Feiyang looked at Hui Yi, then looked at Princess Dragons and said, "You can only control me." "Sure." Princess Dragons nodded without hesitation. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he looked at Hui Yi and said with a smile, "You go to the castle first." "What are you trying to do?" Hui Yi didn't dare to send a sound transmission, nor did he dare to ask. He only suspiciously looked at Qin Feiyang, hoping that Qin Feiyang would understand what he meant. Qin Feiyang smiled and sent Hui Yi to the castle. Then he looked at Princess Dragons and said, "I hope you keep your word. Come." Princess Dragons formed a seal with both hands. In just an instant, a milky white mark appeared. "Princess, are you really going to let him go?" The black-robed old man and the other three looked at her. "What are you guys in such a hurry for? After I control him, I'll have the final say on how to deal with him," Princess Dragons secretly said, her tone carrying a trace of displeasure. "Princess is wise." The four of them suddenly realized and laughed secretly. "You dare to lie to me. I will definitely make him pay the price." Princess Dragons secretly sneered. The mark immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed into the top of Qin Feiyang's head. A tearing pain suddenly swept out. However, Qin Feiyang didn't even frown. Soon, the pain disappeared. Qin Feiyang also immediately felt that there was an additional shackle on his soul. POW. Without saying a word, Princess Dragons directly stepped forward and slapped Qin Feiyang's face. "What are you doing?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. Princess Dragons sneered, 2 days ago, you lied to me in the Tianluo Sea, you should be punished." With that, another slap was sent towards Qin Feiyang's face. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold, he raised his arm like lightning and grabbed Princess Dragon's wrist. But before he could grab it, the milky white light reappeared, preventing Qin Feiyang from approaching. POW. A crisp sound of a slap was heard. Qin Feiyang's face was burning with pain, his face gloomy to the extreme. "Don't move again. Now, as long as I want to, I can erase your soul, understand?" Princess Dragons looked at him contemptuously. "All right. Hit me as you wish, as long as you can calm down." Qin Feiyang simply put his face forward. Princess Dragons raised her eyebrows. Almost everyone had a common problem: the more the other party resisted, the more excited they were. Just like Qin Feiyang right now. If he showed that he was not convinced, or would rather die than submit, Princess Dragons would definitely continue to torture him. On the contrary, if the other party were to resign himself to it, then it would become boring. "Not going to hit me? I see that you still haven't calmed down. Come on, I'm thick-skinned anyway," Qin Feiyang said. "You're really thick-skinned." Princess Dragons coldly snorted, looked at the black-robed old man and the other three, and shouted, "Return to the dragons." "Yes." The four of them respectfully replied. After being controlled by Princess Dragons, the four of them heaved a sigh of relief. But at the same time, there was a trace of ridicule in his eyes. "Do you think that by doing this, the dragons will really let you go? Ridiculous. When you see Longzuan, you will know how naive this idea is." Princess Dragons took a step forward, crossed the stone door, and appeared in the sky above the sea on the other side. "Greetings, Your Highness." The two burly men immediately knelt in the air and saluted. "En." Princess Dragons nodded and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. "Let's go." The black-robed old man pushed Qin Feiyang from behind. "How do I get in?" Qin Feiyang said. The black-robed old man said, "Just walk in." Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked, "Are you sure I can walk in now?" "Nonsense. Do you know what Her Highness controlled you just now? That's the destiny contract," the black-robed old man said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. So this is the so-called destiny contract. Originally, he thought that this was just a simple contract that could sense the other party's life and death, but he didn't expect that it could also control the soul. It seems that even Shangguan Qiu's master didn't know much about dragons. But thinking about it, this dragon's people were really pitiful. They were controlled from birth. No wonder they were so united. If they weren't united, they would die. Who wants to die? No one wants to. Qin Feiyang shook his head and dispelled these messy thoughts. He took a step forward and stepped through the stone door. The light screen didn't appear again. He had successfully stepped into the border of divine land. This place was also the border of divine land. The black-robed old man and the other three followed closely behind. I'm finally in. Looking at the sea in front of him and the bright moon and stars in the sky, Qin Feiyang was very excited. Although his ancestors repeatedly told him to break through to the ninth heaven's realm before entering divine land, his desire and yearning for divine land couldn't wait until then. Don't be like a country bumpkin. Divine land is similar to other places. There are strong and weak. Of course. In divine land, no matter how strong someone is, he wouldn't dare to provoke us dragons. We dragons are the masters of divine land. Princess Dragons said proudly. Masters, Qin Feiyang murmured, looked at Princess Dragons, and smiled. What about my ancestors? A cold light flashed in Princess Dragon's eyes. The black-robed old man and the others also had a trace of anger on their faces. Qin Feiyang laughed. It seems that my ancestors are an exception. Princess Dragons sneered. Don't think too highly of your ancestors. He can only hide in the dark and jump a few times. But at least he dares to jump under your nose, and you can't do anything about it. Qin Feiyang joked. Do you want to die? The dragon princess seemed to have been hit in her vitals. She looked at Qin Feiyang angrily. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then shut up. Princess Dragons said. Okay. I'll shut up. Qin Feiyang waved his hand again and again, but there was a flash of light in the depths of his eyes. Slave seal, don't let me down. With a thought, the slave seal was activated and went straight to his divine soul. Boom. Immediately, there was a loud explosion in his sea of consciousness. The invisible shackles on his divine soul shattered on the spot. Puff. At the same time, Princess Dragons spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face couldn't help but turn pale. What's going on? Princess Dragons was surprised. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang took a step and instantly appeared dozens of miles away. He then turned to look at Princess Dragons and laughed. Do you think I can really control me? You. Princess Dragons stared at Qin Feiyang in shock and anger. Your Highness, what happened? The black-robed old man and the other three, as well as the two burly men guarding the stone door, were also surprised. Princess Dragons said, he forcefully broke the control of the fate contract. What? The six of them were stunned. Slave seal, thank you so much, Qin Feiyang muttered, and with a wave of his hand, Huiyi immediately appeared and shouted, let's go. Little beauty, thank you for bringing us into divine land, see you later. Huiyi laughed out loud. Then, he brought Qin Feiyang along and casually found a direction. Without even looking back, they flew into the sky. You lied to me again. This is unforgivable. Kill them for me. Princess Dragons was so angry that she gritted her teeth, her face ferocious. This was not the first time he lied to her. With her shout, the black-robed old man and the other three looked at each other and immediately teleported, chasing after Qin Feiyang. Their speed was countless times faster than Huiyi's. Huiyi was proud, but when he sensed the aura of the four people, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Still laughing? Qin Feiyang glanced at him. Huiyi was quite embarrassed. Previously, when he saw Princess Dragons being played by Qin Feiyang, he was so proud that he forgot about the cultivation of the four ancestral dragons. The cultivation of these four people was far beyond him. Even if he successfully entered divine land, it would be difficult for him to escape safely. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the four and said in a deep voice, you stay outside. After saying that, he left the Azure Phoenix sword and disappeared without waiting for Huiyi's response. Fuck. Why am I so useless? Huiyi was furious. These were the four ancestral dragons. Moreover, each of them had a heaven-defying artifact. Leaving him outside was the same as sending him to his death. Before he could complain, he took the Azure Phoenix sword and fled frantically. Don't chase him. Break Qin Feiyang's spatial artifact for me. Princess Dragons saw this and shouted at the four. The four originally wanted to chase after Huiyi, but when they heard this, they immediately stopped and scanned the void. Chapter 23:19. At the same time, Princess Dragons rushed to the side of the four, her eyes emitting a milky white light. At this moment, her eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. She immediately pointed to a spot on the left and shouted, "The spatial divine object is there. You can really see it." Huoyi was shocked and immediately turned around, shouting, "Let that young man go, come at me." Accompanied by a clanging sound, the azure phoenix sword recovered and slashed towards the 5 people. The sharp edge tore through the sky, setting off huge waves. Trash. The black-robed old man turned to look at Huoyi, his old face full of contempt. With a wave of his old hand, a wave of divine power emerged and pounced towards Huoyi. "You are the trash, your entire clan is trash." Huoyi was furious. Holding the azure phoenix sword with both hands, he slashed at the divine power. Boom. Clang. The two met, and a destructive wave immediately rolled out. Puff. Huoyi spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and flew out. The azure phoenix sword in his hand also flew out. "Do you see that? This is the gap between you and me. If this sovereign wants to kill you, it will be as easy as flipping my hand." The black-robed old man said disdainfully. Huoyi stabilized his body, recalled the azure phoenix sword, and provoked, "Then come if you have the gut." Princess Dragons raised her eyebrows and said, "Annoying, send him directly to hell." "Yes." The black-robed old man respectfully responded, a cruel smile on his face, and swept towards Huoyi. Princess Dragons looked at the burly man and the other two and said angrily, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and do it for me." "Yes, yes, yes." The 3 of them responded and urged their divine power. What kind of scene was it when the 3 great ancestral dragons attacked together? The world suddenly trembled. The sea surged, covering the sky and the moon. "Break!" The 3 of them shouted. The power of the 3 divine dragons, carrying the power to destroy the world, blasted towards the ancient castle. With a loud bang, the ancient castle was blasted away. However, there was no damage. Princess Dragons raised her eyebrows and shouted at the 3 of them, "Revive the heaven-defying artifact for me." "What? Revive the heaven-defying artifact?" When Huoyi heard this voice, his face couldn't help but turn pale. "You still have time to worry about him?" The black-robed old man sneered. His speed reached the limit as he instantly appeared in front of Huoyi and slapped out with his palm. Huoyi hurriedly placed the azure phoenix sword in front of him. Clang! The black-robed old man's palm landed on the azure phoenix sword, and the azure phoenix sword actually broke on the spot. Huoyi's body also violently shook. Blood gushed out from his body as he crashed into the sea below like a meteor. "You're worse than trash." The black-robed old man sneered. At the same time, a series of destructive auras suddenly appeared, causing the ocean and the sky to tremble. A crimson divine bow suddenly appeared in the burly man's hand. This was the sunset divine bow that Qin Feiyang had broken. At the same time, the golden-haired young man and the silver-haired young man both had a god weapon floating in front of them. The divine weapon in front of the golden-haired young man was a golden battle sword. It was 3 fingers wide and 1 meter long. It looked like it was made of gold, and it emitted a dazzling divine light. In front of the silver-haired young man was a silver iron hammer. The round iron hammer was covered with sharp blades, and its sharpness was bone-piercing. The aura emitted by these 2 divine weapons was not any weaker than the sunset divine bow. 3 heaven-defying divine weapons. Inside the ancient castle, the devil ancestor and the others couldn't help but panic. Although they couldn't see the situation outside, they could hear the voice of the princess dragons. And from the aura emitted by the 3 divine weapons, they could also tell. Could the ancient castle withstand 3 heaven-defying divine weapons? The princess dragons shouted, "Smash it for me." The 3 nodded, and their eyes flashed. The 3 heaven-defying divine weapons bombarded the ancient castle at the same time. Rumble. Accompanied by a loud explosion, the ancient castle was once again blasted away. The devil ancestor and the others inside the ancient castle suddenly felt the world spinning, and their blood surged. In the end, they all spurted out blood. "What should we do?" Zhong Xiaoyang's face was pale. He really shouldn't have followed these people to the divine land. 3 heaven-defying divine weapons, 4 great dragons, and a terrifying princess dragons. The most important thing was that they were now in the divine land, the territory of the dragons. Was there any way to survive? The white-eyed wolf also ran out of the cultivation room and shouted, "Little Qin, quickly let us go to the Black Tortoise realm to hide. If this goes on, we will be shaken to death." Clang! Before he finished speaking, the 3 heaven-defying divine weapons attacked again. The ancient castle, which had not yet calmed down, once again shook violently. The deafening noise directly tore the eardrums of the white-eyed wolf, the devil ancestor, and the others. Arrows of blood spurted out. Inside the Black Tortoise realm, in the Devil's Land, Qin Feiyang floated above a sea of blood, and his body was full of murderous intent. This was the blood that had accumulated in the Tianluo Sea yesterday. The thick smell of blood shrouded the world. At this moment, all the beasts in the Devil's Land were lying on the ground, trembling. Hearing the white-eyed wolf's voice, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the white-eyed wolf, the devil ancestor, and a group of people immediately appeared beside him. This murderous intent. Zhong Xiaoyang's face changed again, and he looked at Qin Feiyang in horror. Dong Zhengyang, the devil ancestor, and the demonic dragon. Although he had seen them in the Great Qin Empire and other continents before, this was the first time he had seen the process of opening the slaughter zone. He was quite shocked in his heart. He actually needed to absorb so much blood. Qin Feiyang said, "Stay away from me." The group of people heard this and immediately retreated. But there was one person who did not look at Qin Feiyang from beginning to end. This person was Fire Lotus. She lowered her head, and her eyes were full of worry and a trace of struggle. She was naturally worried about Hue Yi. Hue Yi was fighting alone outside, and his opponents were the 4 great dragon ancestors. He was definitely in danger. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth, looked up at Qin Feiyang, and said, "Qin Dage, let me go out and help Hue Yi." "You?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "I can do it," Fire Lotus said with a firm gaze. "You stay here and don't distract me. The slaughter zone will be completed soon." Qin Feiyang rejected Fire Lotus's request without hesitation. What a joke. 4 great dragon ancestors, 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts, going out to die. Outside, the burly man and the other 2 wielded the heaven-defying divine artifacts and crazily bombarded the ancient castle. The destructive aura was earth-shattering. The 2 burly men guarding the entrance had already retreated to the Sky Dragon Sea. Because the aura of the heaven-defying divine artifacts was too terrifying. With their cultivation base, they couldn't withstand it at all. As for Princess Dragons, that milky white divine power reappeared, covering her entire body, protecting her from any harm. The black-robed old man stood high in the sky, scanning the sea below. The sea was surging. But this wasn't caused by Hue Yi, but by the power of the heaven-defying divine artifacts. Seeing that Hue Yi didn't appear, the black-robed old man couldn't help but frown. Although the previous palm had injured Hue Yi, it was impossible for him to die like this. After all, he was a half-step undying. Was he hiding? But it made sense. Facing the 4 great dragon ancestors, only a fool would run out and risk his life. But if he wanted to hide, he had to get his permission. His divine consciousness surged out and flooded into the sea below. As expected, Hue Yi was squatting at the bottom of the sea, looking at the sea above as if it had nothing to do with him. So many dragon ancestors, so many heaven-defying divine artifacts, how could he withstand it? Only by hiding could he be on the right path. As for the ancient castle, it was up to the heavens. It wasn't his anyway, so he wouldn't feel bad if it was broken. But suddenly, sensing the black-robed old man's divine will, Hue Yi's expression immediately changed, and he hurriedly turned into a stream of light, activating escape mode. "Why don't you go find Qin Feiyang? Why do you keep looking for me? I'm not familiar with you. Don't be like a mad dog, okay?" He was already anxious in his heart. He was also full of resentment towards Qin Feiyang. It wasn't impossible to leave him outside, but he had to at least give him a useful divine artifact. Of course. It was undeniable that the Azure Phoenix Sword was still good. A legendary divine artifact. But the problem now was that the other party was not an ordinary small fry, but an dragon ancestor, a heaven-defying divine artifact. Facing a heaven-defying divine artifact, what use could the Azure Phoenix sword be? It was not enough to fill the gap between the other party's teeth. Swish. After a few breaths, the black-robed old man chased into the sea and blocked in front of Huoyi. "Big brother, I have no enmity with you. Can't you let me go?" Huoyi said with a bitter face. "A few days ago in the northern region, you played me like a monkey, and you still dare to say that you have no enmity with me? If you hadn't helped Qin Fei Yang, I would have killed him long ago. So in my eyes, you deserve to die more than Qin Fei Yang." The black-robed old man waved his hand, and the power of the divine dragon roared out, overflowing with murderous intent. "If I don't show my power, you think I'm a sick cat?" Huoyi said angrily. He was so aggressive that he really thought he would fight with his life on the line. The black-robed old man couldn't help but admire his courage. But immediately after, then, a shocking scene appeared. Huoyi suddenly turned around and fled in panic like a rabbit. "Ah!" The black-robed old man was stunned, and the corner of his mouth twitched fiercely. This was too funny. Sure enough, he was just a lowly rat. With a wave of his hand, divine power surged out and immediately drowned Huoyi. "Ah!" Huoyi's scream suddenly sounded. "Die!" The black-robed old man's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and punched Huoyi's head. "Just you wait, I'll skin you old thing sooner or later." Huoyi roared in panic, and a bloody light suddenly rose from his body. His whole person instantly disappeared from the black-robed old man's sight, as if he had evaporated from the world. The black-robed old man's eyes widened, and he looked around in surprise, full of disbelief. How did he disappear? Above the sea, the burly man and the other two were still bombarding the ancient world, and the clanging sounds were endless, resounding through the night sky. And every collision would produce dazzling sparks, like fireworks exploding. Whoosh! The black-robed old man returned to the side of Princess Dragons, and the surprise on his face hadn't disappeared. "What's wrong?" Princess Dragons raised her eyebrows. The black-robed old man said, "He disappeared." "What? He's a half-step Undying Realm expert, and you actually let him escape?" Princess Dragons said angrily. Huoyi escaped. The burly man and the other two heard this and stopped, looking at the black-robed old man in surprise. "Your Highness, please forgive us." Seeing Princess Dragons angry, the black-robed old man hurriedly half-knelt in the void, his old face full of panic. "What are you looking at? If you don't blow up that spatial divine object for me, I'll make you all die here." Princess Dragons looked at the burly man and the other two and shouted. Chapter 23:20. Hearing this, the burly man and the other two hurriedly attacked the castle again. Princess Dragons looked at the black-robed old man and said, "How did he escape?" "I don't know." In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. The black-robed old man shook his head, his eyes full of confusion. "I really didn't expect this person to have such a life-saving method." A cold light flashed in Princess Dragon's eyes. "Catcher!" A loud shattering sound was heard all of a sudden. Princess Dragons and the black-robed old man's eyes lit up and immediately looked at the castle. The black-robed old man couldn't see it, because he didn't have this ability. But Princess Dragons could clearly see that a crack the width of a finger had appeared on the castle. "You also quickly go and help." Immediately, she was shocked and shouted at the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man nodded. Accompanied by a loud clanging sound, a black iron fan appeared, like the feathers of a crow, woven out, emitting a gloomy and cold aura. This was his heaven-defying artifact. 4 great ancestral dragons, 4 heaven-defying artifacts, constantly bombarded the castle. Clang! Catcher! The cracks on the castle were getting bigger and bigger. And there were more and more. At first, there was only one. But slowly, the second, third, and fourth cracks continued to appear. The cold light on Princess Dragon's face became more and more intense. The existence of a heaven-defying artifact had actually surpassed the category of artifact. Even if it was also a heaven-defying artifact, it would be difficult to destroy the other party. But this kind of situation was usually one-on-one. In other words, In a one-on-one situation, the two heaven-defying artifacts were basically equal, and no one could do anything to the other. But now, it was 1 against 4. So, as long as she was given enough time, Princess Dragons had the confidence to completely crush the castle. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also heard the sound of the castle breaking, and his heart sank. Ever since Uncle Yuan gave the castle to him, so many years had passed, and this was the first time the castle had been damaged. This made his heart ache. Although the castle was only an artifact, in his eyes, it had long become an inseparable family. Every time that shattering sound entered his mind, his heart would ache along with it. Clang! At this moment, the blood sword in Qin Feiyang's hand suddenly trembled, releasing a world-destroying aura. Under this presence, whether it was Demon Alpha, Demon Dragon, Dong Zhengyang, or Zhong Xiaoyang, they all felt a sense of fear and despair. This is the slaughter domain. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Zhong Xiaoyang muttered. This was the first time he had seen the slaughter zone, and it had left a shadow in his heart that he could not get rid of for the rest of his life. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led everyone out of the Black Tortoise world. There was still half of the blood in the blood sea below, enough for him to activate the slaughter domain again. As for the demon ancestor and the others, he did not trust them. Hence, he did not feel at ease letting them continue to stay in the Black Tortoise realm. As soon as he appeared in the ancient castle, the sound of the collision resounded like thunder in his ears. He looked at the 4 walls of the hall. Under the constant attacks of the 4 heaven-defying weapons, countless cracks appeared. It looked like a layer of spider webs. If this continued, the castle would definitely shatter. Thank you. Leave the rest to me, Qin Feiyang murmured. Fire Lotus said in surprise, I didn't hear Huiyi's voice. Could something have happened to him? Don't worry. This guy is more slippery than a loach, he will definitely be fine. Qin Feiyang comforted her, then took the blood sword and the slaughter domain and instantly appeared outside. Seeing this, the eyes of the black-robed old man and the other 3 surged with cold light. They immediately raised their heaven-defying weapons and attacked Qin Feiyang. Destroy for me, Qin Feiyang roared. The blood sword was like a graceful swan, tearing through the sky. Accompanied by a few loud clangs, the heaven-defying weapons in the hands of the 4 were immediately cut in half. What? The dragon princess was dumbfounded. She had heard of the slaughter domain, but she did not expect it to be so terrifying. A heaven-defying weapon was like cutting vegetables. Was she dreaming? The black-robed old man and the other 3 were also aghast. They hurriedly took the heaven-defying weapons and retreated. Qin Feiyang did not chase after them. He glanced at the sea, then suddenly looked at Princess Dragons and said, Where's Huiyi? He's dead. Princess Dragons sneered. Dead? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Immediately after, a terrifying cold light burst out from his eyes. Then you'll be buried with him. As his voice fell, Qin Feiyang raised the blood sword in his hand and slashed at Princess Dragons. Princess, quickly retreat. The black-robed old man and the other 3 were shocked and quickly stood in front of Princess Dragons. Ants dare to block the way. Qin Feiyang roared, and the blood sword mercilessly slashed. The 4 screamed, and blood splashed into the sky. There were several deep wounds on their bodies. Too terrifying. Looking at this scene, Princess Dragons couldn't help but be moved. A sword that seriously injured 4 great ancestral dragons, and a sword that cut off 4 heaven-defying weapons, this power can be said to be shocking. I never thought of provoking your dragons, but I'm not afraid of trouble. Qin Feiyang looked at Princess Dragons, his expression incomparably cold. His big hand firmly grasped the blood sword and slashed out angrily. Sword chi shattered the void. Blood light dyed the sky. This sword contained all the anger and killing intent in Qin Feiyang's heart. Your Highness, the black-robed old man and the other 3 exclaimed. Suddenly, the milky white divine power emerged again, forming a large barrier to protect Princess Dragons. Boom! The blood sword carried a sharp edge that could destroy the world as it slashed on the barrier. As a result, the blood sword that had always been successful was actually blocked by the barrier. The black-robed old man and the other 3 immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after, The four looked at each other and retreated at the same time, standing in the north, south, east, and west directions. Clang! As the divine power surged, the four heaven-defying weapons that were cut off immediately emitted a magnificent aura. Qin Feiyang was shocked and turned his head to look at the four people. Not good. It's the power of law. You know what? You're stupid. If you can completely destroy those four heaven-defying weapons in the first place, then now, they won't be able to activate the power of law. But you came to kill me. The point is, you can't kill me. Princess Dragons revealed a mocking look. Yes, I admit, I was a little careless. But so what? As long as you fall into my hands, even if Long Zun personally descends, he will have to hold back. Qin Feiyang said. Princess Dragons said contemptuously, I don't deny it, but do you have the ability? Do you really think this divine power can protect you? Break for me. Qin Feiyang roared hysterically. The blue veins and blood vessels on his forehead and hands burst out, making him look exceptionally ferocious. The blood-colored long sword in his hand was constantly trembling, exuding a sharp aura that could destroy the world. Break! Qin Feiyang roared. Finally, the milky white barrier, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, cracked open a crack. Princess Dragons's beautiful face immediately turned pale. No one can stop my will and belief. Qin Feiyang roared again. He grabbed the blood sword with his other hand and suddenly pressed it down. Catcher! The barrier finally shattered completely and collapsed. Princess Dragons's face was filled with disbelief. Damn it! Quick! The black-robed old man and the other three were also burning with anxiety. The power of the four laws rushed towards Qin Feiyang murderously. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted, and the blood-colored long sword clanged against Princess Dragon's neck. He turned his head to look at the four people and sneered, Do you want to try and see if you're faster than me? Hearing this, the four people's faces changed, and they hurriedly dispersed the power of the law. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at Princess Dragons, saying, Rivers and mountains rotate, you didn't expect that it would fall into my hands so quickly. Then why don't you try and kill me? Princess Dragons was not afraid at all. Instead, she was full of provocation. Slap! Qin Feiyang raised his other hand and directly slapped Princess Dragon's face. You dare to hit me? Princess Dragons said angrily. Qin Feiyang said, You just slapped me, I have to return it to you. Princess Dragons touched her cheek and said gloomily, Do you know that from the time I was born until now, no one has dared to hit me? That's good, I'll let you experience the feeling of being bullied. At the same time, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your mother. As Qin Feiyang spoke, another slap landed on the dragon race's princess's face without warning. You bastard! Are you still a man? Why are you so calculative? Princess Dragons shouted angrily. When you dealt with me, I didn't see you show any mercy. Qin Feiyang sneered and suddenly raised his arm. Seeing this, Princess Dragon's tears flowed out, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Isn't this too fragile? But thinking about it, it makes sense. As the daughter of Long Zun, she has always been high and mighty. It's normal that she can't bear to be wronged. But this doesn't make people sympathize with her. He didn't have that much sympathy. Qin Feiyang grabbed Princess Dragon's neck and looked at the four people in black robe, saying, Put down the heaven-defying artifact in your hand. Qin Feiyang, you better not mess around, otherwise, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes down, he won't be able to save you. The four of them warned. Do you need me to say it again? Qin Feiyang shouted. The big hand that was grabbing Princess Dragon's neck exerted a little force, and Princess Dragon's face immediately flushed red. The sound of something breaking could be heard from his neck. Don't. The four of them quickly let go of the heaven-defying artifact. Qin Feiyang waved his blood-red sword, and waves of sword chi swept out like lightning, cutting the four heaven-defying artifact into pieces on the spot. This way, it was impossible to activate the power of the ancient code. It was also at this moment. Accompanied by a wild laughter, Huoyi rushed out from the sea below in a sorry state. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He turned to look at Huoyi and said, You're not dead? I'm joking. Will I die? Huoyi said. Then she, Qin Feiyang, looked at Princess Dragons. Huoyi pursed his lips and said, You still don't understand? She's lying to you. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Huoyi laughed. Are you sad to hear that I'm dead? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Chapter 23-21. Still stubborn? I saw it when I was hiding down there. Huoyi smiled. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched, and he coldly snorted, You're really something. You're still complaining? Leaving me alone outside, I haven't settled the score with you yet. If it weren't for my life-saving means, I would have died long ago. Huoyi said in dissatisfaction. Qin Feiyang smiled. I'll settle the score with you later. Huoyi stared at Qin Feiyang, looked up at Princess Dragons, and said with a smile, Little beauty, what did I say in the Western Desert yesterday? Do you still remember? Princess Dragons's face was as cold as frost. Didn't I say that the next time we meet, it might not be us who will fall into your hands, and it might be you who will fall into our hands? Didn't it come true now? Huoyi grinned. What are you so proud of? Princess Dragons said angrily. I'm proud of it. What about it? Also, don't look at me like that, I'm a thin-skinned person, and I will be shy. Huoyi said. Shameless. Princess Dragons angrily rebuked. You don't understand, do you? Being shameless is my strength. Also, what I like the most is to take advantage of people and hit them when they are down. After Huoyi finished speaking, he turned around and angrily ran in front of the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man's eyes were cold. Huoyi pointed at the black-robed old man's nose and shouted, Don't move, your princess is in our hand. The black-robed old man looked at Princess Dragons, and the anger and killing intent in his heart were suppressed. Your grandmother, you dare to chase me, see how I will kill you. When he thought of the scene of being chased by the black-robed old man not long ago, his heart couldn't help but burn with anger. I'll let you chase. Chase. Chase again if you have the ability. Who do you think you are? Huoyi shouted angrily while raising his big hand and constantly slapping the black-robed old man's face. One by one, the loud slaps were endless. In less than 10 breaths, the black-robed old man's face was swollen like a pig's head, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was in a sorry state. This was also the first time he had been humiliated in such a manner. As the ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan, he was an existence that stood above tens of thousands of people. When had he ever encountered such an encounter? His hands were tightly clenched together. His eyes were filled with a bone-piercing sharpness, as if he wanted nothing more than to cut Huoyi into 1,000 pieces and grind his bones to dust. Still glaring? What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before? Huoyi became more and more spirited, not showing any mercy in his attacks. Gradually, the black-robed old man's face was lacerated and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Qin Feiyang said, That's enough. Kill them quickly. All right. Huoyi chuckled, killing intent surging in his eyes. I've let you guys mess around for so long. It's time for this farce to end. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded. This voice, Qin Feiyang and Huoyi were startled. They quickly looked up into the sky and saw a woman with a hazy face standing high in the sky. Greetings, Lord Dragon Sovereign. The black-robed old man and the other 3 immediately knelt down in the air with reverence. I'll go. Huoyi came back to his senses and immediately ran to Qin Feiyang's side anxiously. With a face full of regret, he muttered, If I had known earlier, I would have continued to hide. Do you think that by hiding, you can escape her eyes and ears? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. As the ruler of the divine land, as the strongest person in the ancient world, even if she hid in a crack in the ground, she would still be able to find her. Then what should we do now? Huoyi asked. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, What else can we do other than fight with her? Even if you want to fight with your lives on the line, it will depend on whether you have the ability to do so. Princess Dragons sneered. Qin Feiyang glanced at her, then looked up at Dragon Sovereign. He still couldn't see her face clearly. It was filled with a sense of mystery. He asked, When did you come? Dragon Sovereign said faintly, When you stepped into the divine land, this sovereign came. Qin Feiyang was shocked and asked suspiciously, "Then why didn't you make a move? This sovereign wanted to see how capable you are. But the result has disappointed this sovereign. Your strongest means is only that slaughter domain." Dragon Sovereign shook his head. At the same time, a terrifying aura filled the air. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Don't forget, your daughter is still in my hands." Dragon Sovereign turned a deaf ear and looked at Princess Dragons. His tone was still very calm as he said, "Do you know your mistake?" Princess Dragons avoided his gaze. "I have repeatedly told you to cultivate well and not to care about these trivial matters. But not only did you not listen, you even sneaked to the northern region. Tell me, if something happens to you, how am I going to explain it to your father?" Dragon Sovereign shouted, with a trace of anger in his tone. "I'm sorry." Princess Dragons murmured, her face full of apology. "Father." Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi looked at each other. That's right. Since Princess Dragons was Dragon Sovereign's daughter, then Dragon Sovereign must have a husband. Who was Dragon Sovereign's husband? If Dragon Sovereign's strength was so powerful, then wouldn't her husband be even stronger? It seemed that the strength of Princess Dragons was far from as simple as they thought. Dragon Sovereign glared at Princess Dragons, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I'll give you a chance, take the initiative to let her go." "What if I don't let her go?" Qin Feiyang said. "You don't have the qualifications to negotiate. A mere slaughter domain, I can crush it with a wave of my hand." Dragon Sovereign took a step forward, and a vast aura rolled out. Qin Feiyang's face changed. He did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly led Hue Yi and Princess Dragons into the castle. He did not dare to doubt these words. The last time in the Heavenly Dragon Sea, Long Zun had crushed the slaughter domain as easily as crushing dry weeds. What to do, what to do? As soon as he entered the castle, Hue Yi roared at Qin Feiyang. "You have no way out. Because this castle can't stop Mother at all. Taking the initiative to surrender is your only way now." Princess Dragons looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said. Qin Feiyang glanced at Princess Dragons, then looked at White-Eyed Wolf, Fire Lotus, and the others, and said in a deep voice, "Hue Yi, watch her for me." "What are you going to do?" Hue Yi was surprised. "Fight to the death." A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes, and he disappeared in an instant. Black Tortoise Realm. Devil's Land. Qin Feiyang glanced at the blood sea below, and a terrifying suction force suddenly emerged from his body. The blood in the blood sea suddenly rose into the air, frantically rushing into the slaughter domain, and was absorbed by the blood sword. Boom! The power of the blood sword began to soar again. Originally, he wanted to save the remaining blood for the next time he opened the slaughter domain. But the appearance of Dragon Sovereign made him change this idea. Because it was impossible to defeat Dragon Sovereign with the current slaughter domain. "Lord Dragon Sovereign, it's all because of our carelessness that Her Highness fell into their hands. We are willing to accept the punishment." Outside, the black-robed old man and the other three knelt in the void, looking at Dragon Sovereign. "You really deserve to be punished. 4 great ancestral dragons, 4 heaven-defying artifacts, and still can't do anything to 2 brat." Dragon Sovereign shouted. The 4 lowered their heads, ashamed to show their faces. Dragon Sovereign waved her hand, and the 4 broken heaven-defying artifacts immediately turned into streams of light and flew in front of her. Following closely, a milky white power emerged. Clang! The 4 artifacts immediately began to repair, and in a moment, they were restored to their original state. Dragon Sovereign looked at the 4 heaven-defying artifacts and said with a commanding tone, "Unlock the seal for this sovereign." "What? Unlock the seal?" "Lord Dragon Sovereign, you must not. We are now in Divine Prefecture, not the 4 major domains. If they unlock the seal, half of Divine Prefecture will be affected. At that time, it will be a scene of misery and suffering. You know the power of the heaven-defying artifacts better than us. Lord, please reconsider." The black-robed old man and the other three's faces changed and hurriedly said. Dragon Sovereign raised her eyebrows. The burly man said carefully, "Why don't you activate the power of law, and we will directly enter the castle. This castle is Qin Feiyang's only support. This sovereign wants to destroy it for him." Dragon Sovereign said. The burly man said, as long as we kill him, won't the castle belong to us dragons? Makes sense. Instead of destroying it, it is better for us dragons to use it. This way, the strength of us dragons can increase by another level. The black-robed old man, the blonde young man, and the silver-haired young man all nodded in agreement. Dragon Sovereign looked at the four, and with a wave of her hand, the four heaven-defying artifacts immediately flew to the four. The four hurriedly kept them. For us dragons to use. The dragons murmured, raised their arms, and a mysterious force emerged from their fingertips. Then, they drew in the void. Immediately, a crack appeared in the void. At the same time, inside the castle, a crack also appeared in the void above the hall. Could this be? Hui Yi and the others looked at the crack. That's right. This is the power of the law of space and time. I know this kind of power of law very well. Because my heaven-defying artifact has mastered the power of the law of space and time. The demon ancestor said in a deep voice. She actually also mastered the power of law. What should we do now? The group of people panicked. Little Qin Zi, quickly, the white-eyed wolf roared. The princess of the dragons sneered, it's useless. You all have to die today. I'll kill you first. Hui Yi was furious. Divine power surged and cut off one of the princess of the dragon's arms on the spot. Blood spurted out like an arrow. The intense pain caused the princess of the dragon's face to distort. At the same time, 5 figures walked out of the crack and landed in the sky above the hall. It was Dragon Sovereign, the black-robed old man, and the other 3. What? You guys really dare to hurt Her Highness, you're simply courting death. When they saw the situation of the princess of the dragons, the black-robed old man and the other 3 suddenly changed their expressions. A monstrous murderous aura also emerged from Dragon Sovereign's body, filling every corner of the castle. Hui Yi and the others suddenly felt as if they had fallen into a sea of murderous aura, and their bodies turned cold. Hui Yi stared at Dragon Sovereign, his eyes flashing with madness, and said gloomily, if you dare to take a step, I'll really kill her. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and cut off the other arm of the princess of the dragons. Mother! The princess of the dragons' face was pale. Now, she was really afraid. This group of people was completely different from the people she had met before. Those people she had met before, facing the dragons, did not dare to resist at all. But this group of people, the more they were forced, the crazier they became. They could do anything. Chapter 23-22. And Hui Yi's action had undoubtedly angered Long Zun. In front of this sovereign, even if she's in your hands, you can't kill her. Before his voice faded, a terrifying aura burst out and instantly covered the entire ancient castle. Whether it was Hui Yi and Fire Lotus, or White-Eyed Wolf and Demon Ancestor, they were all imprisoned on the ground, unable to move. I'm not willing. Hui Yi roared in his heart, desperately struggling, but to no avail. Under that majesty, he couldn't even move a finger. Princess Dragons was clearly in front of him, but he could only watch helplessly. This feeling of powerlessness made him extremely depressed. Long Zun took a step forward and landed in front of Princess Dragons. Then, with a wave of his hand, an invisible force emerged and blasted Hui Yi away. Bang! Hui Yi was like a meteorite as he slammed into the wall behind him, blood spurting out of his mouth. Immediately after, Long Zun waved his hand again, and a milky white light poured into Princess Dragon's wound. The broken arm immediately recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dragon princess's pale face finally regained a bit of color. Long Zun glanced at Hui Yi lying on the ground, then looked at Princess Dragons and said, now you know what a vicious creature humans are. Princess Dragons nodded. Humans shouldn't exist in this world at all, and can't be compared to us noble divine dragons. If it weren't for your father, this sovereign would have already wiped them out, Long Zun said coldly, with deep disgust in his words. During the conversation, Princess Dragon's hands seemed to have been reborn. This healing ability could be said to be abnormal. Even the divine life pill couldn't be so fast. Long Zun looked at Princess Dragons and said, do you know what to do now? I know. Princess Dragons nodded, with a trace of hatred in her eyes. She turned around and walked towards Huiyi step by step. Humans are vicious. Old witch, can you be more shameless? If it weren't for you dragons forcing us, would we humans have come to this point today? Huiyi roared. Although his body was imprisoned, he could still transmit his voice. Force. We dragons are nobler than you humans. Isn't it natural for humans to be ruled by us dragons? Long Zun said. Noble. I really don't know where you find your sense of superiority. Since we humans are so lowly, why did you all transform into our human form? I think you dragons are simply jealous of us humans. Huiyi sneered. At this point, you still dare to look down on us dragons? You're really not afraid of death. Princess Dragon stepped forward and kicked Huiyi's body. What is there to fear about death? I only hate that I don't have the chance to personally deal with you bastards and send you to hell. But don't worry, the dragons will perish sooner or later. Not a single one will be left. Huiyi laughed. You deserve to die. Princess Dragon's eyes flashed with a cold light, and a white dagger appeared. It was a legendary artifact. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to stop the destruction of the dragons. Because there are tens of thousands of humans who will be like me. Sooner or later, you will pay the price for the sins you've committed in the past. Huiyi laughed wildly. If you're not afraid of death, then come. Princess Dragon sneered, raised the dagger in her hand, and stabbed towards Huiyi's head. Boom. But at this moment, a terrifying murderous aura suddenly appeared in the castle. Following closely, a blood-colored sword light emerged out of thin air and charged towards Princess Dragons. In an instant, Princess Dragons couldn't help but tremble and fall into despair. She felt as if a death god had arrived. Long Zun was also shocked. He quickly stood in front of Princess Dragons and slapped the blood-colored sword light with his palm. Boom. The two collided. The blood-colored sword light was annihilated on the spot. But Long Zun's hand was also dripping with blood. What? Lord Long Zun was actually injured? The black-robed old man and the other three stared angrily. They couldn't believe it. Princess Dragons was also shocked. Looking at Long Zun again, he lowered his head and looked at his palm. On his palm, there was a finger-long wound that was bleeding non-stop. Obviously, this was caused by the blood-colored sword light from before. Noble dragons, are you guys joking? Accompanied by a sarcastic voice, a blood-colored youth appeared in front of Huiyi. That's right. He was Qin Feiyang. But at this moment, whether it was his eyes, hair, or skin, they were all blood-red. His entire body was emitting an unprecedented murderous aura. At first glance, it was as if a demon had been born. Merely his gaze was enough to make one feel fear and despair, especially the blood sword in his hand, which was surrounded by blood-red flames, as if it had just slaughtered hundreds of millions of creatures. Its murderous aura and sharpness were incomparable. This, looking at the blood-colored sword, the black-robed old man and the other three had a look of disbelief. They could clearly feel that the power of this blood sword was on a completely different level from before. Even just the sharpness of the blood sword made them feel a great crisis. This kind of crisis, even when facing Qin Batian, had never appeared. I don't know if the dragons are noble or not. But I know that the taste of dragon meat is really good, especially when roasted. It's simply a delicacy. Qin Feiyang suddenly grinned and looked at Longzuan. You're courting death. Longzuan said word by word, his tone was bone-chilling. I really do want to die. Unfortunately, even the heavens can't take my life. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, his eyes burst out with a dazzling blood-red light, and the blood-colored sword in his hand shook. A terrifying aura suddenly surged out. The pressure that was imprisoning Huiyi and the others immediately collapsed. What? Longzuan was also shocked. It could actually defeat her pressure? Could it be that the power of this blood-colored sword was already comparable to hers? Little Qin Zi, Qin Dage, White-Eyed Wolf, Fire Lotus, and the demon ancestor immediately ran behind Qin Feiyang after regaining their freedom. Don't worry, I'm here, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone's heart immediately calmed down. But to be honest, the current Qin Feiyang even made them afraid. That terrifying murderous aura was like that of an Azura. You risked your life twice to buy time for me. It's really hard on you. Leave the rest to me. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the embarrassed Hu Yi and said with a smile. The key is that I didn't die twice. It seems that the heavens aren't willing to take away my rotten life. Hu Yi climbed up and grinned. Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand. Longzuan, Princess Dragons, and the black-robed old man immediately disappeared. While they were not paying attention, they were forcefully sent out. Fire Lotus took out the rusty axe and handed it to Qin Feiyang, saying, Qin Dage, this is for you. It can help you at a critical moment. Qin Feiyang glanced at the axe and kept it in his Qi Si. Since Fire Lotus said so, then this axe might really be useful. Because he didn't know Fire Lotus's true identity, he thought that this axe was just a little strange. But it was different now. Fire Lotus was the palace master of Nine Heavens Palace. Her divine weapon was definitely not ordinary. Shua. Without saying anything, Qin Feiyang disappeared from the ancient castle with a flicker. Outside, the calm sea became turbulent because of the previous battle. Huge waves covered the sky, wave after wave. Longzuan, Princess Dragons, and the 4 ancestor dragons stood in the sky above the sea. Their faces were still filled with shock. The blonde youth suddenly looked at Longzuan and asked, Lord Longzuan, you're experienced and knowledgeable. Do you know what kind of divine technique this slaughter domain is? I don't know. Never heard of it. Longzuan shook his head. The 4 ancestor dragons looked at each other in disbelief. Even someone like Longzuan had never heard of it. The black-robed elder said in a deep voice, Lord Longzuan, there's something I don't know if I should say. Longzuan said impatiently, just say what you want to say. The black-robed elder said, this kid is a bigger threat than Qin Batian. The burly man and the other 2 were shocked when they heard this. They turned to look at the black-robed elder. Think about it carefully. You've fought Qin Batian so many times. When didn't he run away? Qin Batian's talent is indeed terrifying, but Qin Batian's means are far inferior to Qin Feiyang's. Look at Qin Feiyang now. He's only an early-stage divine lord, but he's already able to fight with us. Plus, if we don't unlock the seal of the divine weapon, we won't be his match. You can imagine. When he breaks through to the imperishable realm, how strong will he be? The black-robed elder said in a serious tone. Hearing this, the burly man and the other 2 nodded. That's true. Looks like we have to get rid of this kid no matter what. Longzuan whispered. In the blink of an eye, just as Longzuan finished speaking, Qin Feiyang came out of the castle and said coldly, that's what I'm thinking. Today, I'll get rid of you here. Clang. Then, Qin Feiyang gripped his blood sword, his blood hair fluttering in the wind. His killing intent overflowed to the heavens as he slashed his sword at Longzun. Back! Longzuan shouted. A milky white divine power appeared in her palm and covered her hand like a glove. Then, she looked at Qin Feiyang. Killing intent flashed in her eyes and she slapped at the blood sword. The black-robed elder and the other 3 took Princess Dragons and retreated like lightning. Boom! The tip of the blood sword stabbed at Longzuan's palm. The blood sword was blocked. The tip of the sword couldn't pierce through the divine power. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. What was going on? Didn't he just hurt Longzuan? Wait. Longzuan didn't seem to use any divine power. But this was too terrifying. He just released his divine power and the blood sword couldn't do anything. What a pity. Although it's very strong, it's not to the extent that it can threaten my life. The outcome is already decided. Today, you're going to die, not me. Longzuan said coldly. His arm suddenly shook. A terrifying force suddenly rushed toward Qin Feiyang. Puff! Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying on the spot. The blood-colored sword was fine, but his arm was bleeding profusely from the lacerations. You really hid your bloodline power. However, your bloodline power is no longer important. Longzuan looked at the blood at the corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth and took a step forward. That terrifying speed was not something Qin Feiyang could compare with. Before Qin Feiyang could react, Longzuan appeared behind him. Divine power gushed out of his palm and he slapped at Qin Feiyang's back. Chapter 23:23. Long Zun's palm was merciless. As the black-robed old man said, Qin Feiyang's threat to the dragons had surpassed Qin Baishan's. So once there was a chance, he had to kill him in one blow to prevent any undue delay. This was a sure-death situation. Even if Qin Feiyang opened the slaughter domain, even if Qin Feiyang had the battle, attainment, and returned secret arts, he still couldn't block Long Zun's palm. Because the difference in cultivation between the two was too great. No matter how heaven-defying the 6-word secret arts were, it couldn't make up for this gap. How great would it be if our dragon race was able to obtain this slaughter domain? The blonde youth whispered, full of desire. The silver-haired youth and the burly man also nodded, their eyes full of greed. Once such a heaven-defying method fell into the hands of the dragons, who would have the guts to resist the dragons in the future? Then do you think he will give it to us? Obviously not. So killing him in the cradle is the best choice. The black-robed old man smiled coldly. The burly man and the other two nodded. There is a way to live, but you don't want to take it. Serves you right. The princess of the dragons looked at Qin Feiyang with a cold smile on her face. She had always been curious about Qin Feiyang. What kind of person was this that even the ancestral dragon was so afraid of? She was helpless. So when she was in Dongling, she approached Qin Feiyang to get to know him better. But she didn't expect. It didn't take long for Qin Feiyang to see through her identity. However, even if he saw through her identity, she didn't want to kill Qin Feiyang. Of course. Sooner or later, she still had to kill him. After all, Qin Feiyang's existence was a threat to the dragons. As the princess of the dragons and the daughter of Long Zun, she naturally had to think for the dragons. Although the ending was death, if they were willing to listen to her, they could at least live a little longer. Unfortunately, these people were too insensible. Not only did they lie to her repeatedly, they even used her to threaten Long Zun. She had even cut off 2 of her arms. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? In short, there was no sympathy in her heart. This kind of person deserved to die. In the blink of an eye. At this moment. Whether it was the 4 ancestor dragons or the dragon princess, all of them believed that Qin Feiyang was dead for sure. Even Qin Feiyang himself thought so. Because he had no time to react at all. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to die at Longzuan's hands, a resounding sound suddenly rang out from within his body. This sound was like a peerless divine weapon awakening from its slumber. Following closely, pieces of rust flowed out of Qin Feiyang's body like tidewater. Although they were rusty, every single one of them exuded a terrifying aura. What is it? The princess and the 4 ancestral dragons were bewildered. Not to mention them, even Qin Feiyang looked doubtful. He had never seen such a thing before. Clang. Not only did the rust exude a terrifying aura, but it also made a harsh metallic sound. As soon as it appeared, it quickly gathered behind Qin Feiyang and condensed into a shield. Boom. Longzuan slapped with his palm, and the shield immediately disintegrated and turned back into a piece of rust. Although it failed to block Longzuan, it gave Qin Feiyang time to react. Swish. Qin Feiyang took the opportunity to take a step forward and instantly appeared hundreds of miles away. That dense mass of rust followed him from beginning to end. Longzuan raised his eyebrows, glancing at the rust floating around Qin Feiyang's body, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. What the hell is this? Qin Feiyang was also confused. Wait. Suddenly, his eyes trembled. Could it be the rust on the axe? He hurriedly looked inside his chi-si and immediately saw that the axe floating in his chi-si had changed greatly at this time. The entire axe was colorful, as if it was made of colorful stones. There wasn't even a piece of rust on it. Is this the true face of the axe? Qin Feiyang murmured. And now, it was obvious. The rust floating around him was the rust on the axe. Just the rust on the axe actually possessed such terrifying power. Although it didn't block Longzuan, one had to know that Longzuan was the strongest person in the ancient world. The fact that it could go against her was enough to show that the axe was extraordinary. No matter what it is, it can't help you. Longzuan came back to his senses and raised his hand. A bright divine power gushed out from his fingertips, carrying a destructive aura, and attacked Qin Feiyang. Humph! Qin Feiyang held the blood sword with both hands and slashed. Sword chi surged and covered the sky. Boom! The instant the two collided, the divine power came crashing down with an unstoppable momentum. The sword chi kept shattering. In the end, that divine power rushed in front of Qin Feiyang aggressively. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to be drowned. Clang! At this time, the rust changed again. All of a sudden, the originally dim and lusterless rust began to glow with multicolored divine light. A mighty aura rolled out and spread between heaven and earth. At this time, the pieces of rust were like colorful butterflies, extremely beautiful. Qin Feiyang's face was dull. Was this thing in front of him the rust he was familiar with? Whoosh! Just as he was in a daze, all the rust flew in front of him and condensed into a colorful shield again. Boom! The divine power blasted the shield. The shield collapsed again. Qin Feiyang also took the opportunity to turn around and escape. He was extremely shocked. What level of divine weapon was this axe? It's so familiar, in the distance. The ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan looked at the rust surrounding Qin Feiyang and muttered to himself. Suddenly, his body shook, and he shouted, "Lord Longzun, that's a heaven-defying divine weapon of Ninth Heaven Palace." What? Longzun was shocked. Qin Feiyang's body also trembled slightly. This axe was actually a heaven-defying divine weapon, and it was a heaven-defying divine weapon of Ninth Heaven Palace. Ninth Heaven Palace, Princess Dragons murmured, frowning. Could it be that Ninth Heaven Palace is Qin Feiyang's accomplice? No. The black-robed old man shook his head. What do you mean? Princess Dragons was puzzled. The black-robed old man's eyes flashed and looked at Qin Feiyang. Where did you get this divine weapon? Qin Feiyang said, Land of the Undead. Land of the Undead, the black-robed old man whispered, looking at Princess Dragons. Ninth Heaven Palace should have nothing to do with this matter. The more Princess Dragons listened, the more puzzled she became. Since it was a divine weapon of Ninth Heaven Palace, why didn't it have anything to do with Ninth Heaven Palace? Back then, because of Qin Baishan's matter, I led the dragons to Ninth Heaven Palace to force them to hand him over. But the Palace Master of Ninth Heaven Palace overestimated himself and wanted to go to war with us dragons. And the battlefield was in the land of the undead. I believe Lord Longzun still remembers that when I went to the northern region, I brought 4 heaven-defying divine weapons. The black-robed old man looked at Longzun and said, When I sent you to the northern region, I considered that both Qin Batian and Ninth Heaven Palace had heaven-defying divine weapons, so I asked you to bring a few more. Longzun nodded. At that time, I didn't think that Ninth Heaven Palace would resist. I even felt that Lord Longzun's consideration was a little unnecessary. But I didn't dare to disobey Lord's order, so I brought 4 divine weapons. When I reached Ninth Heaven Palace, I realized that it was fortunate that Lord had foresight. Otherwise, the one who suffered would have been me. In the end, after a fierce battle, Ninth Heaven Palace was defeated. The Palace Master of Ninth Heaven Palace died in the land of the undead, and the heaven-defying divine weapon was also destroyed, leaving only fragments. But I didn't expect that after thousands of years, this divine weapon would reappear in the world. And Qin Feiyang found this divine weapon in the land of the undead, so I concluded that it had nothing to do with Ninth Heaven Palace. The black-robed old man said in disbelief. So you didn't destroy the weapon spirit back then? For a divine weapon of this level, as long as the weapon spirit is still there, even if only the last fragment is left, it can be slowly repaired. Longzun said with a cold tone. The black-robed old man said, but I checked at that time, and the weapon spirit was indeed gone. Is there a need to say that? It must have hidden itself and you didn't notice. Longzun said angrily. The black-robed old man's eyes trembled, and he hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Lord, I was careless. Thinking about it, this was the only possibility. What's the point of saying sorry now? Longzun snorted and turned to Qin Feiyang, sneering, even if you have a heaven-defying divine weapon, you won't be able to escape death today. Then we'll wait and see. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He didn't even look back as he plunged down into the sea below. As long as it didn't implicate Ninth Heaven Palace. Dong. In just an instant, Qin Feiyang entered the sea and disappeared. Long Zun snorted in disdain, and his divine sense surged into the sea. Shua. The next moment, her figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 23-24. What should we do? The black-robed old man looked at Princess Dragons and the others. You better pray that nothing unexpected will happen today. Otherwise, with my mother's temper, she will definitely not let you off easily. After Princess Dragons finished speaking, she also rushed into the sea. The black-robed old man's body stiffened. Old Black, you're such a smart person. How could you make such a low-level mistake? Your Highness, I'm not joking with you. If something unexpected happens today because of that artifact, Lord Longzun will definitely not let you off. The burly man and the other two patted the black-robed old man's shoulder and immediately chased after Princess Dragons. How would I know that an artifact spirit is so cunning? Besides, this is something that happened thousands of years ago. It has nothing to do with now. The black-robed old man was quite depressed. At the bottom of the sea, Qin Feiyang was like a sharp arrow, breaking through layers of giant waves as fast as lightning. His gaze constantly swept all around him. He was looking for traces of sea beasts. Because now, he still needed blood to increase the power of Slaughter Domain. He had far underestimated Longzun's strength. With just this level, it was impossible to defeat her. However, after the previous battle, the sea beasts in this area had long fled in fear. Now, not even half a ghost's shadow could be seen. Shua. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front. It was Long Zun. You have no way out, Long Zun said coldly. Her divine power roared out, and the sea within tens of millions of miles was suddenly set off huge waves. Qin Feiyang's eyes sank. With such a big movement, the nearby sea beasts would definitely flee further. It seemed that it was no longer realistic to look for sea beasts here. What should I do? Am I really going to die here? Qin Feiyang muttered. It's not over yet. I will buy you some time. You must come back quickly. But at this moment, a loud and clear voice resounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Who is it? Qin Feiyang was surprised. It's me. With a clang, an axe appeared. Can you do it? Qin Feiyang was surprised. In my current state, I definitely can't. But if I release the seal on myself, then there will be no problem at all. A crazy voice came from the axe. Unseal myself, Qin Feiyang murmured. Go. Fu Tu suddenly let out an explosive shout, and an invisible mighty force emerged and blasted towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang suddenly flew out uncontrollably, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. You're courting death. Seeing this, Long Zun was enraged. I've long heard of the great name of the Dragon Sovereign. Today, allow me to experience it. Seal, release. The artifact spirit growled. Clang. The axe trembled violently. A terrifying divine might immediately roared out. Bastard, you're really going to undo the seal? Long Zun was shocked. Now that things have come to this, what else is there to say? If you don't want the people of the Divine Land to suffer, then open the barrier and follow me to the galaxy. I will fight you to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, the axe immediately rushed out of the sea and into the sky. Okay, I'll fulfill your wish. Long Zun clenched his fists and rushed out of the sea like lightning, shouting, Black Dragon God, Fire Dragon God, give me the divine artifact. Whoosh. At that moment, two divine artifacts rushed out of the sea and landed in front of Long Zun. They were the burly man's sunset bow and the black-robed old man's iron fan. Princess Long Zun and the 4 ancestral dragons also rushed out of the sea. Looking at the axe rushing into the galaxy, their eyes were full of horror. He actually released the seal. These guys were indeed crazier than the other. Go find Qin Feiyang immediately. You must find him for me. If Qin Feiyang continues to resist, then I'll release the seal on the divine artifact. After Long Zun finished speaking, he took the 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts and charged towards the axe with murderous intent. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, a light curtain appeared above the clouds, and a crack quickly appeared. That was a small part of the barrier of the divine land. This barrier enveloped the entire divine land and naturally cut off the galaxy. In other words, if you want to enter the galaxy, you must first leave this barrier. Whoosh! Axe and Long Zun were like two bolts of lightning. They rushed out of the crack one after another and rushed into the galaxy without looking back. Release the seal. At the same time, when the 4 ancestral dragons heard Long Zun's words, their eyes trembled slightly. It seemed that Long Zun was really angry. Hundreds of millions of miles away, Qin Feiyang stood above the sea, looking at the two figures rushing into the sky, his eyes full of worry. The two figures were Long Zun and Axe. You must hold on, Qin Feiyang murmured and then glanced at the sea below. Below this sea, he could clearly sense the aura of the sea beasts. After all, it was hundreds of millions of miles away from the battlefield just now. Clang! Immediately, he raised the blood-colored sword and slashed at the sea. Crash! The sea within a radius of tens of millions of miles suddenly surged up huge waves, covering the sky and the moon. Roar! With a series of screams, the corpses of the sea beasts appeared on the surface of the sea. Blood spurted out and instantly dyed the sea red. Become stronger for me, become stronger than Long Zun, Qin Feiyang shouted. The blood-colored sword in his hand immediately trembled. In this world, a gust of wind stirred up. A terrifying suction force was unleashed. The blood in the sea below was like a tide, pouring into the killing field and being absorbed by the blood-colored sword. Clang! The blood-colored sword kept trembling, like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Qin Feiyang's murderous aura and bloodthirsty aura became more and more terrifying. He could feel it from afar. Over there, the black-robed old man glanced at the surrounding sea. When he sensed the murderous aura from afar, he immediately shouted. The burly man looked in the direction of Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, you can't continue to stay here. Quickly return to the clan." That's right. The current situation has developed to the point where it's out of control. If you stay here and something happens, we won't be able to explain it to Lord Long Zun. The black-robed old man, the golden-haired young man, and the silver-haired young man all spoke. The princess of the dragons raised her eyebrows and nodded. All right, I'll return to the clan. If possible, capture him alive for me. Yes. The 4 nodded. The princess of the dragons immediately activated a teleportation altar and quickly disappeared. The burly man looked at the black-robed old man and asked, "Do you really want to capture him alive?" Capture him alive? What a joke. The 3 sneered. The burly man couldn't help but smile. He waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go." Whoosh! The 4 ancestral dragons immediately flew towards Qin Feiyang with extreme speed. They're here. Qin Feiyang also sensed the aura of the 4. Looking in their direction, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Clang! He decisively turned around and used the walk formula. In a few breaths, he appeared tens of millions of miles away and slashed at the sea. Splash! Rumble! Countless sea beasts appeared on the sea surface. The killing field was madly absorbing. The power of the blood-red sword suddenly soared to another level. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. His blood-red eyes were like a sea of blood floating in the sea. At this moment, he was a living god of death. In the sea, no matter how powerful the sea beasts were, they all fled in fear. Qin Feiyang, I thought you were a sensible young man, but I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Facing us dragons, your struggle is useless. Accompanied by a cold shout, the 4 ancestral dragons cut through the sky and instantly arrived. Divine power surged, annihilating the sky. A destructive aura shrouded all directions. It's not up to you to decide whether it's useful or not. Qin Feiyang waved the blood-red sword, and a blood-red sword chi immediately attacked the 4. Rumble. The divine power of the 4 instantly dissipated. What? The 4's expression changed and hurriedly dodged. The blood-red sword chi was like a destructive force that blasted into the sea behind the 4. The sea there immediately dried up. The sea water was evaporated by this sword. Looking at this scene, the 4 ancestral dragons couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. The power of this blood-red sword was obviously much stronger than before. If it were to hit them, they didn't even dare to think about the consequences. Long Zun isn't here, what can you few small fries do to me? Qin Feiyang slashed out again. The 4 hurriedly dodged. The black-robed old man's eyes flashed with a hint of gloominess and shouted, "Old gold, old silver." The golden-haired youth and the silver-haired youth looked at each other. Clang! Accompanied by 2 loud sounds, a golden battle sword and a silver hammer immediately appeared. "If you don't release the seal, you're nothing in front of me." Qin Feiyang directly charged at the 2. The golden-haired youth let out a long breath and said indifferently, "Then release the seal." "What?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. "This is Long Zun's order. If you continue to resist, release the seal." After the golden-haired youth finished speaking, he looked at the golden battle sword in front of him and shouted, "Release the seal." Clang! The golden battle sword suddenly trembled. A terrifying aura emanated from it. "I really want to release the seal," Qin Feiyang muttered. To kill him without hesitation, how much did these dragons hate him? Boom! All of a sudden, the golden battle sword burst out with an unprecedented aura. This aura was enough to make anyone despair. This piece of heaven and earth also began to crack and shatter. Even the sky was collapsing. The destructive aura, with this place as the center, turned into an invisible giant wave and rolled out in all directions. The surrounding sea area was overturned. Even the bottom of the sea was shaking violently and sinking. It was like a prehistoric earthquake. At the same time, one by one, the sea beasts, under the impact of this airwave, accompanied by desperate wails, kept losing their lives. Billions of miles away from here, there was a huge island, and a group of humans lived on the island. Men, women, old, and young, about tens of thousands of them. Originally, everything was very calm and peaceful. Those who hunted hunted, those who cultivated cultivated. However, just as the airwave crazily surged, in just a blink of an eye, along with a loud noise, the island disappeared. The people on the island, before they could react, turned into ashes. There was another island. This island was even bigger. The population was as many as hundreds of thousands. But it was only for a moment, and everything disappeared. Similar things were happening everywhere at this moment. In short, wherever this wave of air went, not a single living being could survive. This scene was definitely a scene of suffering and suffering, a scene of doomsday. Chapter 23-25. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens? Qin Feiyang roared. The slaughter domain that protected him was also cracking and was in danger. Heavenly punishment. Do you have the face to talk about us? Every time you activate the slaughter domain, how many sea beasts have you killed? Let's talk about it later. Whether it's you humans or other beasts, in the eyes of us dragons, you're just ants. It doesn't matter even if you all die. The blonde youth sneered. Qin Feiyang's body stiffened and fell silent. That's right. His hands were also stained with blood. What qualifications did he have to talk about others? Don't panic, because the seal has not been fully unlocked. The 4 ancestral dragons sneered. It's already so terrifying when the seal has not been fully unlocked. Qin Feiyang was shocked. His heart also became worried. How much blood did the slaughter domain have to absorb to be comparable to a fully unlocked divine weapon? Continuing to stack the slaughter domain was obviously not the best way. But now, apart from the slaughter domain, he could no longer find anything that could compete with the divine weapon. The most terrifying thing was, the seal on the hammer had yet to be unlocked. If the seal on this divine weapon was also unlocked, then there would be no way to survive. It's too late to regret now. Go to hell. The blonde youth grabbed the sword and charged towards Qin Feiyang, not giving Qin Feiyang time to continue absorbing the blood. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. He raised the blood-colored sword and slashed in anger. Clang! In an instant, the 2 divine weapons met. The situation of the first confrontation did not happen again. In their first clash, the blood-red sword had easily cut through the golden sword. But now, the 2 collided and entered an anxious stalemate. The blonde youth's face was full of sneers. Qin Feiyang's heart was extremely heavy. After the previous enhancement, the power of the blood-colored sword had increased by a large margin compared to before. However, even so, it could no longer pose a threat to the golden sword. One must know. Right now, the seal on the golden sword had not been completely unlocked, but it could already compete with the blood-colored sword. Once the seal was completely unlocked, with the current level of the slaughter domain, the situation would most likely be reversed instantly. At that time, it wasn't the blood-colored sword that was crushing the golden sword. It was the golden battle sword that crushed the crimson long sword as easily as crushing dry weed. Faster, Qin Feiyang roared in his heart. There was still a lot of blood. But absorbing blood, there was a process. The seal was different. The seal on the golden sword was not a seal placed by an outsider. It was a seal placed by the artifact spirit. As long as the seal, it could instantly. So, the speed of the blood-colored sword was of the golden sword. Clang. Suddenly, the golden tsda mort. The blood-colored long sword in Qin Feiyang's hand was immediately shattered. Sts Qin Feiyang saw that the situation was bad and immediately activated the battle character formula. The battle armor formed by the battle symbol art did not even last half a blink of an eye before it shattered into pieces. Qin Feiyang's body, under the golden sword, was instantly dripping with blood and his bones were exposed. An aura of death also shrouded him. I should listen to the ancestor. When I'm strong, I'll come to divine land again, Qin Feiyang muttered. His consciousness quickly fell into darkness. All along, he had underestimated the power of the dragons and the power of the heaven-defying artifact. A heaven-defying divine artifact with its seal unlocked was not something he could shake. Unfortunately, it was too late to realize this now. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to lose all hope and his consciousness was about to dissipate, a black divine light suddenly emerged from his glabella. As soon as this divine light appeared, it immediately covered Qin Feiyang's body, blocking the golden sword. Immediately after, a black vortex emerged from Qin Feiyang's glabella. As soon as this black vortex appeared, the golden sword's estes was completely absorbed. Even the destructive airwaves emitted by the golden sword were all absorbed by the black vortex. This, the golden-haired young man and the other three stared at Qin Feiyang's glabella. What was that? It could actually absorb the divine artifact's edge. And it was a heaven-defying artifact that was unsealed. Artifact spirit, unseal it all. The golden-haired young man came back to his senses and hurriedly shouted. Clang! The golden sword vibrated, and an even more terrifying aura erupted like a volcano. Crack! Boom! Within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, whether it was the void or the sea, instantly turned into chaos. Except for the 4 ancestral dragons and Qin Feiyang, there was no living creature. Not to mention living creatures. Not even a stone, not even a speck of dust. It had completely turned into a chaotic zone, as if heaven and earth had just been created. But there were countless storms. An extremely terrifying storm filled the entire chaotic zone. Even an elite of the 9 heavens realm would be torn to pieces in an instant. Even an elite of the undead realm, just like the 4 ancestral dragons, if it weren't for the 2 heaven-defying artifacts protecting them, they would definitely have died at this moment. The most important thing was, this disaster not only affected the entire sea, but even the continents outside the sea were also devastated. The mountains, villages, and cities began to collapse and shatter into pieces. The earth was also cracking. Countless creatures died tragically, and blood stained the mountains and rivers. Even the enchantment of the divine land also emerged. This enchantment covered the entire divine land, so when the enchantment appeared, it immediately alarmed everyone in the divine land. Whether it was humans or beasts, they all looked at the enchantment at this moment, their eyes full of shock. What was going on? Who was fighting? And the fluctuations were so terrifying. Especially the enchantment above the sea. Because the battlefield was in the sea, the enchantment above the sea bore the brunt of the impact. Under the impact of the golden sword's aura, it twisted crazily. The boundary of the Sky Dragon Sea, the 2 burly men guarding the entrance were now standing above the Sky Dragon Sea, looking at the twisted enchantment in horror. Was the seal of the heaven-defying artifact unsealed? It was too terrifying. Although separated by the enchantment, they couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. Look at Qin Feiyang again. The dark divine light had been protecting him. The black vortex between his eyebrows was also getting bigger and bigger, constantly absorbing the aura and sharpness of the golden sword. Qin Feiyang's mind gradually became clear. When he noticed this scene, a trace of joy suddenly crept up in his heart. Because he was very familiar with the divine light that protected him. It was the ancient castle. He quickly took out a life-divine pill and threw it into his mouth. Pain, for him, was no longer important, as long as he survived. The black vortex did not disappear because of his awakening. "What do you want to do?" Qin Feiyang secretly asked. But the ancient castle did not respond to him. Qin Feiyang did not ask again. Because from the beginning until now, the ancient castle had not answered any of his questions. Boom! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's mind exploded with a dull bang. This was too sudden. Qin Feiyang was completely unprepared, and his consciousness was almost shattered by this loud bang. Immediately after, a vast aura emerged from his eyebrows. Clang! The next moment, a palm-sized ancient castle swept out from between his eyebrows and suspended in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head, and when his consciousness became clear, when he saw the ancient castle in front of him, his face suddenly crept up with ecstasy. The ancient castle left between his eyebrows, didn't it mean that the seal of the golden small beast had been broken? Thinking of this, he finally understood. The ancient castle was previously using the power of the golden sword, coupled with its own power, to break the seal imposed by the small beast. Boom! The ancient castle said nothing. At that moment, a terrifying aura that was not inferior to the golden sword suddenly rushed out. The enchantment above the sea area seemed to have reached its limit, and cracks began to appear on it. What? Seeing this, the two burly men guarding the entrance immediately fled without looking back. Once this enchantment was broken, the destructive power of the heaven-defying artifact would rush out like a flood. Both of them would die. This was the horror of the unsealing of the heaven-defying artifact. However, the ancient castle did not directly confront the golden sword, but rolled up Qin Feiyang and flew toward the sky. The blonde youth's eyes were cold, looking at the black-robed elder and the burly man, and said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid this will be a tough battle. You should immediately inform the other ancestral dragons." The two nodded. Whoosh! The blonde youth and the silver-haired youth looked at each other, and immediately took the heaven-defying artifact, and flew toward the ancient castle and Qin Feiyang. At the top of the sky, the ancient castle did not stop and directly crashed into the enchantment. With a loud bang, a big hole suddenly appeared in the shattered enchantment. And this was also like a fuse. The entire enchantment began to disintegrate, but for this scene, Qin Feiyang and the ancient castle did not pay attention to it, and flew straight into the Star River. The blonde youth and the silver-haired youth looked at the enchantment, frowned, and ignored it, and chased into the Star River. Clang! Rumble! In the depths of the Star River, three light shadows crazily collided, exuding a destructive power. It was the axe, sunset divine bow, and iron fan. The three heaven-defying artifacts had been unsealed, and even the Star River was collapsing. Even Longzuan did not dare to approach the battlefield. She stood in the distance, looking at the axe from afar, a cold light flashed in her eyes. When the ancient castle took Qin Feiyang into the Star River, Longzuan's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, and when she turned her head, the frost on her face became thicker. Whoosh! Without a word, the ancient castle directly attacked the sunset divine bow and iron fan. But before approaching the battlefield, Qin Feiyang only felt his body become light, and the next moment, he appeared in the hall of the ancient castle. Obviously, the ancient castle took the initiative to send him in. Because if Qin Feiyang were to stay outside, it would be a hindrance instead. With a clang, the ancient castle collided with the sunset divine bow, and immediately sparks flew everywhere. Although I don't know your origin, it is my honor to be able to fight side by side with you. The axe artifact spirit laughed loudly, and instantly became thousands of feet long, like a giant axe splitting the sky, and chopped at Iron Fan. The ancient castle still did not make a sound, like a silent old man. Damn it! Longzuan's face sank. Lord, we are here. And, I have already asked Old Black and the others to inform the other ancestral dragons. I believe that soon, everyone will come to support. The blonde youth and the silver-haired youth rushed in. The two heaven-defying artifacts directly flew into the depths of the Star River, and attacked the ancient castle and the axe. The blonde youth and the silver-haired youth rushed to Longzuan's side. Because after the heaven-defying artifacts were unsealed, they could not interfere in the battle. Chapter 23-26. What? The other ancestral dragons will also come to support? In the castle. Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. At present, the dragons had 4 incredible artifacts. The castle and the axe had fallen into a disadvantage. If the other ancestral dragons came with incredible artifacts, perhaps, thinking of this, no one dared to think about it. But compared to the beginning, the castle now was quite quiet. Because after breaking the seal, the castle could isolate the movements outside. The white-eyed wolf said in a deep voice, "Little Qin Zi, don't fight. Quickly find a chance to retreat." Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. But in the face of 4 unsealed incredible artifacts, it was not easy to retreat. What could he do? Qin Feiyang racked his brains to think. Open the gate of the castle. Suddenly, an ethereal voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. The shadowless man. Qin Feiyang immediately shivered and turned to look at the closed gate of the castle. The seal of small beast had been broken, and he could indeed open the gate. But he was puzzled. Why did the shadowless man ask him to open the gate now? Would opening the door be of any help to the battle outside? But Qin Feiyang never doubted the words of the shadowless man. Since he said so, he must have his reasons. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang stepped in front of the gate and slowly raised his arm. Seeing this, the white-eyed wolf, Hui Yi, and the others all looked at him suspiciously. Wait. I remember little Qin Zi said before that when the seal of small beast was broken, the gate could be opened. The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up. He quickly ran to Qin Feiyang and looked at the gate, his eyes full of expectation. Really? Dong Zhengyang and the others looked at each other and ran to Qin Feiyang, their faces full of curiosity. Boom. Qin Feiyang raised his arm, pressed on the stone gate, and exerted a little force. Immediately, a crack appeared on the stone door that was tightly shut. Everyone stared at the crack in the door. What was outside the door? Several breaths later, the heavy stone door was finally opened. However, whether it was Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, Hui Yi, or the others, all of them were stunned. Outside the door, it was pitch black. Nothing could be seen. Furthermore, there wasn't even the slightest sound. It was dead silent. Fire Lotus murmured, "Could it be an empty space?" Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a flame appeared and swept into the darkness. Immediately, within a radius of several hundred miles, it was as bright as day. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Within a radius of several hundred miles, there were no signs of life, not even a blade of grass. On the ground, there was a barren expanse. "Shall we go out and take a look?" White-Eyed Wolf asked. Everyone was a little tempted. Qin Feiyang was the same. With a solemn expression, he warned, "Be careful." Although this place was closely related to the ancient castle, it was too mysterious. They didn't know if there was any danger, so they couldn't be careless. Everyone nodded. The group of people stepped through the door one after another and stood on the ground outside, looking around. Fire Lotus said, "The ground is very solid. It doesn't seem to be an empty space." Qin Feiyang stepped on the ground and turned his head to look at Hui Yi. Hui Yi understood. With a wave of his hand, flames surged into the sky. Not long after, a scorching sun condensed from flames appeared in the sky, shining in all directions. This dark space suddenly lit up. Everyone was dumbfounded. What appeared in front of them was actually a boundless land. There were vast plains and towering mountains and rivers. It was like a continent hidden in the darkness. But there were no living creatures, no plants, and everything was quiet, like a land of death. And they couldn't feel the slightest bit of essence chi. What kind of place is this? Looking at everything in front of them, everyone's faces were full of suspicion. Qin Feiyang said in his mind, "Shadowless, can you hear me? The door has been pushed open, what's next? Integrate the Black Tortoise realm into this world." The voice of the Shadowless came out. What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Shadowless said, "Doing this, whether it's for you, the Black Tortoise realm, or the ancient castle, it's all beneficial." What benefits? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The other ancestral dragons are about to come, I don't have time to explain in detail. When you have time, ask the origin soul of the Black Tortoise realm, he will tell you. The Shadowless said. Origin soul? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What was this? What a waste of time, I am the origin soul. Suddenly, a little boy like a porcelain doll appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. You? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. The little boy nodded. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Wait, how can you hear my conversation with the Shadowless?" The little boy cast a sidelong glance at Qin Feiyang and said, "You are my little brother, is it strange that I can hear you?" Little brother? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Since when did he become this little guy's little brother? Okay. Even if he was a little brother. But was this directly related to being able to hear his conversation with the Shadowless? "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you." The little boy put his hands behind his back and stared at Qin Feiyang like an old man, then swept his gaze at Fire Lotus and the others, and shouted, "All of you, return to the castle." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He was not big, but he was quite arrogant. Fire Lotus and the others were also quite speechless. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang helplessly shook his head, looked at everyone and said a few words, then turned and entered the castle hall, then turned his head to look at the little boy outside. The little boy stood in the void, looked around, nodded his head in satisfaction, and muttered, "This place is not bad." As his voice fell, he waved his little hand, and a diamond-shaped crystal appeared out of thin air. It was the size of an adult's palm, with distinct edges and corners, like a sparkling diamond, blooming with endless light. That light even covered the blazing sun that Huiyi condensed with divine power. The little boy glanced at the crystal, then turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang, waved his little hand again, and shouted, "Black Tortoise Realm, appear." Immediately, Qin Feiyang felt an invisible force descend. Following closely, a dazzling divine light swept out from between his eyebrows, flying towards the little boy. The little boy also stretched out his little hand. The divine light stopped above the little boy's palm, revealing its true form. It was an existence like a crystal ball. The surface was crystal clear, exuding a hazy light. Inside, there were mountains and rivers, as well as countless creatures. Like beasts, wild beasts, and humans. Grass, trees, rivers. There was even the sky and stars. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the crystal ball from afar, their faces showing surprise. That was because they saw a complete world inside. And it was very, very familiar. It was the Black Tortoise realm. They could even clearly see the Devil's Land, the medicinal field, and the small courtyard in the middle of the medicinal field. "This is the Black Tortoise realm?" Huiyi murmured. He had been to the Black Tortoise realm before. But a complete world actually turned into something like a crystal ball. No matter how he looked at it, it was unbelievable. It felt like a dream, too unreal. As for the demon ancestor, Dong Zhengyang, Mo Long, and Zhong Xiaoyang, they were undoubtedly even more surprised. If it was someone who didn't know, looking at this thing like a crystal ball, they would definitely think that it was just a child's toy. They would never have thought that there would be a real world inside. Really a group of country bumpkins who have never seen the world, bumpkins. The little boy glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others, his big eyes full of contempt. The corners of Qin Feiyang and the others' mouths twitched fiercely. This little guy, the more they looked at him, the more they wanted to beat him up. The little boy turned a blind eye, retracted his gaze, and stared at the Black Tortoise realm, saying, "Origin power, appear." Immediately, the diamond-shaped crystal stone floating by the side bloomed with a bright 5-colored divine light. These 5-colored divine lights were filled with an extremely pure energy. This energy was the essence of heaven and earth. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. This essence, whether it was the purity or the density, was countless times stronger than the essence contained in the divine crystal. No. Between the two, there was no comparison at all. It was estimated that compared to this essence, even the divine crystal vein was 100,000 miles away. If he absorbed this essence to cultivate, it might be faster than refining the soul stone. However, there was one thing that surprised him. This black tortoise realm, like the ancient castle, had been hidden in his glabella. Wang. As soon as the 5-colored divine lights appeared, they poured into the black tortoise realm. The palm-sized black tortoise realm suddenly rose into the air, suspended high in the sky, and began to grow continuously. The mountains, rivers, and all living things inside became clearer. He could even see the people's expressions clearly. Soon, the black tortoise realm occupied the entire sky. Merge. As the little boy waved his hand, the black tortoise realm began to slowly merge with this dark world. The first step was the merging of the sky. The originally dark sky, after connecting with the sky of the black tortoise realm, immediately lit up. A full moon hung in the sky, the moonlight spread down, the void and the earth seemed to be covered with a layer of pure white veil. The stars in the sky were constantly flickering. Huoyi said in shock, "Are you really going to merge the black tortoise realm into this world?" This scene was unprecedented, it was too miraculous. "You think I'm joking with you?" The little boy glanced at him. Huoyi looked at the little boy standing in the void and couldn't help but gulp. Although this little boy looked innocent and cute, and his aura wasn't strong, he gave him a great sense of oppression. And it was an oppression that came from the soul. He even had an impulse to worship him. It was as if the little boy was the god of creation of this world. "This merging will take a long time, you guys go do what you need to do, don't join in the fun here." The little boy waved his little hand and said impatiently. Qin Feiyang and the others smiled bitterly. This little guy, how much did he dislike them? "All right, let's not look for trouble, let's look at the situation outside." Qin Feiyang turned around, and with a wave of his hand, an image suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. In the image, 6 heaven-defying divine artifacts crazily collided, the destructive aura swept out in all directions. Catcher, accompanied by a loud sound, the galaxy continued to collapse. It was like the eve of the world's destruction. Chapter 23-27. Qin Feiyang and the others stared intently at the castle and the axe. The opponent of the castle was the golden battle sword and iron hammer. The opponent of the axe was the sunset bow and iron fan. After a long battle, there were already a few cracks on the axe. As for the castle, it had already been severely damaged by the 4 divine weapons, so now, there were more and bigger cracks than before. This made Qin Feiyang extremely worried. But he was powerless to help. Because even Long Zun, an ancestral dragon, could only watch the battle from afar, let alone a small monarch god like him. Suddenly, Huoyi stared at the castle, his eyes full of surprise. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang and the others were suspicious. Huoyi said, "Did you guys notice that there seems to be something wrong with the castle?" "Something wrong?" Everyone heard this and looked at the castle again. Apart from the increasing number of cracks, there was nothing wrong with it. Wait. But immediately after, Qin Feiyang's eyes focused and said, "There is indeed something wrong, the aura of the castle seems to have changed." "The aura has changed?" Everyone was stunned and carefully paid attention. Soon, everyone's face was full of surprise. The aura of the castle had indeed changed. It seemed to be stronger than before. "What's going on?" The group of people looked at each other. After the continuous collision, the damage to the castle was getting more and more serious. Logically speaking, its aura should be getting weaker and weaker. Why was it getting stronger and stronger? Could it be an illusion? The group of people once again carefully analyzed. In the end, they confirmed that the aura of the castle was indeed stronger than before. And they also found that the aura of the castle was still constantly strengthening. What was this situation? It was too abnormal. Wait. Could it be related to the fusion of the Black Tortoise realm? Outside, Long Zun and the blonde youth also slowly noticed this, and a trace of surprise crept into their eyes. Clang. After a few breaths, the castle shook violently and collided with the golden battle sword and iron hammer. In the burst of flames, the golden battle sword and iron hammer were actually sent flying. What? Long Zun and the other two were dumbfounded. Two heaven-defying divine artifacts working together were actually suppressed by the ancient castle? What had happened to the castle? On the other battlefield, Axe, Sunset Godly Bow, and Iron Fan were all shocked when they saw this. Boom! The aura emitted by the ancient castle became even more terrifying as it once again collided with the golden battle sword and hammer. It even had a tendency to surpass a heaven-defying divine artifact. Clang! With a deafening boom, the golden sword and hammer were sent flying again. At the same time, an ear-piercing shattering sound rang out from the two god artifacts. What was that sound? Long Zun and the other two looked at the golden sword and hammer in surprise. Immediately, the three of them looked as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes wide open in anger. On the golden sword and hammer, there was a crack as wide as a finger. In other words, the castle had destroyed two heaven-defying divine weapons by itself. How was this possible? It's not real. This is definitely not true. The three of them shook their heads. None of them were willing to believe what they were seeing. They were both heaven-defying divine artifacts. In any case, no matter what happened, it was impossible for the castle to turn defeat into victory. Not to mention, the golden sword and hammer were damaged. Because of the princess's father, they didn't kill humans. Qin Feiyang and the others were also dumbfounded. The castle's current performance was too shocking. They all wanted to convince themselves that this scene was real. But in their hearts, they just couldn't accept it. Clang! The ancient castle's momentum was like a rainbow as it once again collided, destroying all directions. At this moment, the golden sword and hammer, these two heaven-defying divine artifacts, were no longer a match. On the body, another crack appeared. Moreover, it was wider, deeper, and longer than the first crack. Who can tell me what's going on? Why did it suddenly become so strong? Is this still a heaven-defying divine artifact? Long Zun murmured. The facts were in front of them, and they had no choice but to accept it. Unfortunately, no one answered her. The two blonde youths were also at a loss. The silver-haired youth suddenly said, "Lord Long Zun, to capture the bandits, capture the leader first. Why don't you use the power of law and we directly enter the castle to capture Qin Feiyang? Stupid. With the current state of the castle, it's easy to kill us. How dare you run into its body? Aren't you sending us to our deaths?" Long Zun berated. The silver-haired youth's body stiffened. Yes, even the two unsealed heaven-defying divine artifacts were no match for the castle, let alone them. Entering the castle now was tantamount to walking right into the trap. However, if they didn't think of a way, they might be defeated at this rate. And it would be a crushing defeat. Boom. At this moment, outside the Milky Way, terrifying auras were approaching from all directions. The blonde and silver-haired youths were stunned. They turned their heads to look and gradually revealed a trace of joy on their faces. Not good. It must be the other ancestral dragons. Qin Feiyang and the others also sensed those auras. "Castle, let's go." The white-eyed wolf roared. Although the castle now appeared to be very strong, one must know that the other ancestral dragons each had a heaven-defying divine artifact. If they continued to fight, I'm afraid they would all be buried here. Long Zun also immediately shouted at the Sunset Divine Bow and the other four heaven-defying divine artifacts, "Entangle them, don't let them escape." Haha, although we can't fight against you dragons, with his current state, if we want to leave, can you stop us? The Axe's artifact spirit laughed. Boom. The castle shook violently, releasing an extremely terrifying destructive aura. The Sunset Divine Bow and the other four heaven-defying divine artifacts were sent flying on the spot. Following closely, the castle turned into a stream of light and instantly charged towards Long Zun and the other two. The axe flowed with colorful light and followed closely behind. Not good. Lord Long Zun, run. The blonde youth and the silver-haired youth's expression changed greatly as they roared. They never thought that before the castle escaped, it would actually make a move against them. Long Zun was also shocked. He quickly waved his hand and the power of law emerged. The void in front of him immediately formed a crack. The power of space-time law. As soon as the crack appeared, Long Zun rushed in without looking back. The blonde youth and the silver-haired youth also rushed towards the crack. But at this moment, the castle and the axe arrived. A terrifying aura blasted towards the two. The two screamed as their bodies shattered on the spot. Blood stained the sky. Their divine soul was also torn apart. Following closely, the castle and the axe flew out of the galaxy without looking back. The castle's artifact spirit asked this lord to tell you that this is a warning. In the future, don't provoke Qin Feiyang again, otherwise it won't be so simple next time. The axe's artifact spirit laughed wildly. Damn it. Long Zun appeared in front of the sunset divine bow and the other 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. She glanced at the shattered divine soul of the two, then looked at the castle and the axe. Her whole body emitted a bone-piercing chill. Stop them for this, Lord. All of a sudden, she shouted and brought the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts to the blonde youth and the silver-haired youth's divine soul. After taking away the two's divine soul, she chased after the castle and the axe with murderous intent. At the same time, outside the galaxy, several figures were moving as fast as lightning. The burly man and the black-robed old man were among them. The other people were men and women, old and young. Each of them emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Their bodies were also filled with murderous intent. When they heard Long Zun's shout, they were slightly stunned. What did she mean? But soon, they understood what was going on. Because right in front of them, 2 divine artifacts were rushing towards them. It was the castle and the axe. Quick! The black-robed old man shouted. However, before the other ancestral dragons could take out their heaven-defying divine artifacts, the castle had already arrived. Screams suddenly resounded. The group of people's bodies were also torn apart. Their divine soul was also seriously injured and they fainted on the spot. Immediately, the castle did not completely kill them. Together with the axe, it disappeared in the sky above the divine land like lightning. When Long Zun rushed over and saw this scene, she almost went crazy. This time, in order to kill Qin Feiyang, the dragons could be said to have come out in full force. But in the end, not only did they not kill Qin Feiyang, but her ancestral dragons were all wiped out. Even if she had fought with Qin Batian before, she had never suffered such a loss. Castle, damned thing, just how did you suddenly become so strong? Long Zun could not figure it out. Her hatred for the castle also surpassed Qin Feiyang in an instant. If not for the castle, not to mention one Qin Feiyang, even if there were 10 or 100 of them, they would not be able to escape death today. Mother, what's going on? Suddenly, a shocked voice rang out. Long Zun looked up and saw a woman standing in front of him. It was the princess of the dragons. Long Zun suppressed his anger and said, "When did you come? What are you doing here again?" "I just came. Just now, when I saw all the ancestral dragons rushing over to support, I was a little worried, so I came to take a look." The princess of the dragons said, "Now you see it. This is Qin Feiyang's foundation. My ancestral dragons are all wiped out," Long Zun said in a deep voice. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the broken divine souls of the two also emerged. What? Completely wiped out? The princess of the dragon's eyes trembled. Long Zun said, "But fortunately, their divine souls are still there." The princess of the dragons breathed a sigh of relief. As long as their divine souls were still there, the ancestral dragons would not die. But it was undeniable that this battle had greatly damaged the vitality of the dragons. Long Zun's eyes flickered with a cold light, and said, "You take them back first." The princess of the dragons asked, "What about you?" "The enchantment of the divine land has collapsed, and I have to set up another enchantment to prevent the ants of the 4 major domains from sneaking into the divine land. Then go and track down the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang and the others. I believe that they will definitely stay in the divine land." After the princess of the dragons finished speaking, she took the sunset divine bow and the other 3 heaven-defying divine artifacts and broke through the sky. The 4 divine artifacts had once again entered a state of self-sealing. I didn't expect that a mere Qin Fei Yang would cause us dragons to suffer such heavy losses. It seems that his threat has far exceeded that of Qin Batian. The princess of the dragons muttered, opened the altar, and left with the other ancestral dragons. The galaxy gradually returned to calm. However, the residual battle fluctuations and the shattered galaxy would not be able to be repaired in a short period of time. Chapter 23-28. The Sea Below. The sea that was originally dried up because of the battle, because of the collapse of the enchantment of the divine land, the seawater outside the enchantment poured in, so now it was restored to a vast sea. Moreover, many sea beasts also took the opportunity to follow the seawater into the divine land. However, although the sea area was restored to its original state, the destroyed islands and the innocent creatures that died would never return. Also, the tragic aura and the smell of blood that filled the air above the sea area were difficult to dissipate. Whoosh! Suddenly, a hazy figure descended above the sea area. It was Longzuan. Greetings, Lord Longzuan. The 2 burly men guarding the entrance rushed over from afar and respectfully knelt in front of Longzuan. You're not dead. Longzuan looked at the 2 in a daze. Lord Longzuan. Before the enchantment was broken, the 2 of us had already retreated, so we were lucky to escape this disaster. The 2 said. Fortunately, they had the foresight to leave early. Otherwise, when the enchantment of the divine land collapsed, the destructive airwaves would surge and they would undoubtedly die. Just like the entrance to the divine land. At that time, even Huoyi could not break it, but when the enchantment collapsed, under the impact of the airwaves, it was instantly turned into ashes. You're quite smart. Longzuan's words carried a hint of admiration. Thank you, Lord Longzuan. The 2 of them were flattered. Longzuan looked up at the sky. Boom! Suddenly, a milky white divine power shot up into the sky like a waterfall. Half an hour later, an enchantment appeared out of nowhere and enveloped the entire divine land. When Longzuan stopped, the enchantment immediately disappeared into the void. Following closely, Longzuan used his great magical power to create a new entrance, then looked at the 2 men and said, "Guard here well, don't let anyone step into the divine land." Yes. The 2 of them respectfully responded. One of them carefully asked, Lord Longzuan, that Qin Fei Yang. He escaped. Longzuan said, then released his divine sense and stepped on the waves step by step, conducting a thorough search of the sea area. What? He actually escaped? Brother, did I hear that right? The 2 of them were dumbfounded. Even the seal of the divine artifact was unlocked, but he still couldn't kill Qin Fei Yang. How difficult was this human to deal with? Ahead. Tens of billions of sea area. When Longzuan used his divine sense to search the sea area, a head quietly emerged from the sea. It was Qin Fei Yang. On his neck, he was wearing the mystic moon jade pendant. The divine moon jade pendant was made from heaven domain divine stone and could completely hide a person. In other words, unless they saw Qin Fei Yang with their own eyes, even if their spiritual perception enveloped Qin Fei Yang, they wouldn't be able to discover him. Qin Fei Yang. And Qin Fei Yang and the others. Of the divine land. Qin. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Why didn't she use this divine power before? Zhong. As far as I know, there is a limit to this divine power. It must be face to face. The axe floated in the middle of the hall. It had lost its previous luster and was rusty. It said. So that's how it is. Everyone nodded in realization. Ancestor Mo asked, then, is there a limit to their ability to hear voice transmissions? Yes. The range is within 1,000 miles. They can't hear it through the divine artifact. The spirit said. It's good that there is a limit. Qin Fei Yang whispered. If there was no limit, it would be too terrifying. Under such an ability, there was nowhere to hide. Zhong. Xiaoyang pondered for a while. He looked at the axe and said, Senior, I have another question. Talents are usually unique. But why do the mother and daughter have 2 of the same abilities? I'm not too sure about this. Maybe it's because their battle souls are special, so even their talents are the same. The spirit thought for a while and said, Zhong. Xiaoyang nodded. It seemed that this was the only explanation that made sense. All right. This time, everyone should have been frightened. Now that the crisis has been resolved, let's all have a good rest. Qin Feiyang smiled. Hue Yi shook his head and sighed. It's more than just a scare. If it wasn't for the castle, none of us would have been able to escape. We would all have died. Ancestor Mo and the others nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the axe. Spirit, I want to talk to you alone. Okay. The spirit replied. Qin Feiyang turned and entered the cultivation room. The axe also flew in. Then, Qin Feiyang closed the stone door. Fire Lotus and Hue Yi looked at each other and looked at the closed stone door. There was a hint of worry in their eyes. In the cultivation room, Qin Feiyang turned to look at the axe and bowed. Thank you for saving us. No. I should be the one thanking you. If it wasn't for you, she wouldn't have been able to revive so quickly, let alone get rid of her undead body. I can see how good you are to her. And this is the reason why she relies on you. The spirit was gratified. This she was naturally referring to Fire Lotus. From the tone of the spirit, it seemed that he also loved Fire Lotus very much, like a family member. Rely on, Qin Feiyang muttered, so, when I met you in the land of the undead, you had already recovered your consciousness? That's right. Back then, during the battle with the dragons, my body was severely damaged. After that, I realized that I couldn't defeat the dragons with the strength of Nine Heavens Palace, so I took her remnant soul and hid. After the dragons left, I went to find the fragments of my body, then took her body and hid in the land of the undead to recuperate. The pile of bones you saw back then was her. The spirit said. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, then, the people of Nine Heavens Palace didn't go back to find her bones? They did. But this matter was too important. Because if the dragons knew that she still had a remnant soul in this world, they definitely wouldn't let her go. So, I kept it from the people of Nine Heavens Palace. The spirit said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then why didn't you kill me in the land of the undead? Because I sensed the power of your bloodline. The power of the purple gold dragon bloodline isn't something that ordinary people can have. So, I guessed that you might be related to Qin Batian. As expected. When you gave this body to Zhao Tailai, he quickly learned of your identity from your conversation with him. At that time, it was I who told her to shamelessly follow you. The spirit smiled. Shamelessly? Qin Feiyang froze for a moment, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. When Fire Lotus first followed him, she was indeed shamelessly shameless. Then why did you keep hiding Fire Lotus's identity? Qin Feiyang asked. Hearing this, the spirit suddenly became hesitant. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and said, or is it that Fire Lotus has already recovered her memories, but has been hiding it from me? The spirit seemed to be very surprised. It seems that I guessed right. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. After knowing that this axe was a heaven-defying divine weapon of the Nine Heavens Palace, he had already thought of this possibility. Because Fire Lotus could lose her memories, but this axe definitely couldn't. Moreover, ever since Fire Lotus took the undead spirit breakthrough pill and successfully passed the tribulation, she had been acting very strange. Especially last time, she actually brought the Grey Castle to the Sky Dragon Sea and cleared all the obstacles for him. If it was a person who had lost her memories, she definitely wouldn't dare to do this. Moreover, every time she encountered a crisis, Fire Lotus would be extremely calm and composed. Was this the behavior of a person who had lost her memories? The most important thing was, whenever it came to recovering her memories, Fire Lotus wasn't in a hurry at all. This obviously didn't make sense. Combining all of these, he thought that Fire Lotus might have recovered her memories. That was why he thought of asking the spirit. In the end, he really got the answer. Don't misunderstand. She didn't mean to deceive you, she just didn't want to leave you. Because once I tell you that she has recovered her memories, you will definitely let her return to the Nine Heavens Palace. The spirit quickly explained. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while, then sighed. To be honest, I really don't know. What do I have to rely on? You just didn't notice it. Didn't you notice? Whether it's Zhao Tailai and the others, or the fierce beasts like the white-eyed wolf, as long as they follow you, they will be loyal to you. This is all because you are good to them, making them feel that following you is worth it. The spirit said. Is that so? I really didn't notice. I just feel that since they are following me, I can't treat them badly. Qin Feiyang said. Then think about it. How many people in this world can do what you did? Just like Mu Tianyang and the demon ancestor in the past. In their eyes, who isn't cannon fodder? To treat someone with sincerity is simply impossible. The spirit said. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, then smiled. After hearing what you said, I suddenly feel that I am quite great. It is undeniable that in today's world of deceit and selfishness, you are indeed great. After all, no matter what difficulties you encounter, you are always at the forefront. When there are benefits, the first thing you think of is not for yourself, but for your friends, family, and subordinates. As for Fire Lotus, this girl, this lord watched her grow up. Her parents died when she was very young, and she had no siblings. She lived alone in this world, which made her character very lonely. Even after she entered the Nine Heavens Palace, she never spoke to anyone. She didn't even have a single friend by her side. Every day, other than cultivating, she cultivated. It was only after she met Huiyi that she didn't feel so lonely. However, their relationship is merely that of close friends. Until she met you, all these years, you treated her well, took care of her, and cared for her. This made her feel very at ease and happy. Most importantly, she can tell that you're not putting on an act. You truly care for her. So gradually, she became dependent on you. Even after she recovered her memories, she didn't want to leave. She even wanted to forget her identity as the palace master of the Nine Heavens Palace and stay by your side as a little sister, silently enjoying this care. This lord also understood this desire in her heart, so I didn't stop her. The spirit said. Chapter 23-29. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang felt a lot of emotions. Fire Lotus's life was really not easy. Although she had unparalleled status and power, although she looked majestic and dazzling, her heart was extremely empty and lonely. There was a good saying. Behind the brilliance, there must be unbearable pain. Perhaps this was life. Qin Feiyang asked, then when did she recover her memories? The artifact spirit said, after taking the undead barrier breaking pill and successfully passing the tribulation, she had already recovered her memories. I didn't expect it to be hidden from me for so long. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The artifact spirit hurriedly said, please don't be angry. Although I don't like to be deceived, this is an exception. I have always treated her as a sister, as a family member, and I also hope that she can be happy and happy. Qin Feiyang smiled. The artifact spirit breathed a sigh of relief and said with a pleading tone, then this matter, can you not expose it? Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. Do you still want to continue like this? Since she yearns for this happiness and care, why not continue to fulfill her wishes? Wait until one day in the future, I think she will take the initiative to confess to you, the artifact spirit said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded with a smile. All right. Thank you, the artifact spirit said gratefully. Qin Feiyang asked, what are Fire Lotus and Huiyi's real names? The artifact spirit said, I think that from now on, she will use the name Fire Lotus for the rest of her life, so her previous name is no longer important. Her previous name is no longer important, Qin Feiyang muttered. Wasn't this the same as him? Her previous name had become a memory that was about to be forgotten. The name Qin Feiyang would be eternal. The artifact spirit said, as for Huiyi, his real name is Yi Xiao Yao. Qin Feiyang asked, then this is not his real appearance? Of course, the artifact spirit replied. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Then, he turned around, opened the stone door, and walked out. The axe also entered Fire Lotus's body. Huiyi curiously looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, you were inside for so long, what did you talk about? You talk too much. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. You're acting so sneakily. You're definitely up to no good. Huiyi pouted. Qin Feiyang ignored him. He walked to the front of the gate and scanned the world outside the castle. The young boy was still standing in the void of space. The sky of the Black Tortoise world had already merged with the sky of the world of darkness by about a tenth. The land around the ancient castle became much brighter. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed beside the little boy. He smiled and said, "You're progressing quite quickly. Fast. This is just the beginning. To completely integrate the Black Tortoise realm into this world, it will take at least 8 to 10 years. The little boy said. That long? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What do you think? You have to understand that we're fusing a small world now, not playing house. The little boy glanced at him unhappily. All right. I won't disturb you anymore. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and returned to the ancient castle. He looked at everyone and said, "It's definitely not safe to go out now. Let's cultivate in the castle for a while." Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang turned to Fire Lotus and said, "Arrange a cultivation room for them." "Okay." Fire Lotus obediently replied. Qin Feiyang smiled and entered the cultivation room. He took out a soul stone and began cultivating. To break through from initial Divine Lord to initial Divine Lord, he needed to refine 1 billion soul stones. To break through from initial Divine Lord to advanced Divine Lord, he needed to refine 2 billion soul stones. And after breaking through to the level of a small success Divine Lord, the speed at which he refined soul stones had increased by quite a bit. Now, he could refine about 700 soul stones a day. 2 billion divided by 700 was about 2,860,000. 365 days a year. In other words, it would take more than 7,800 years to refine 2 billion soul stones. Of course, more than 7,800 years was calculated according to the time outside. According to the time in the ancient castle, 1 day was 10 years, so it would only take more than 780 days. It would take a little more than 2 years. In other words, in 2 years, Qin Feiyang would be able to break through to advanced Divine Lord. To break through from initial Divine Lord to advanced Divine Lord in 2 years was something that others would not even dare to think about. But to Qin Feiyang, it was still too long. Especially after seeing the power of the dragons. This huge monster gave him unprecedented pressure. He wished that he could break through one realm in a day and step into the imperishable realm in a few days. But this was not realistic. Cultivation could only be done step by step. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. This was 10 years in the ancient castle. Only 1 day had passed outside. Boom. On this morning, outside the ancient castle, there was a deafening sound. Immediately, everyone who was cultivating in seclusion was awakened. They hurriedly ran out of their cultivation rooms and gathered in front of the ancient castle's gate. Qin Feiyang was also there. Looking at the world outside the gate, their eyes were filled with shock. Outside, the originally dark world had completely disappeared at this moment. What replaced it was a vast and boundless land of mountains and rivers. Just outside the entrance was a herb field. Stalks of herbs, trees of destinies, and trees of the nascent soul swayed in the wind. And on the left side of the ancient castle, there was a simple little courtyard. Wasn't this the herb field of the Black Tortoise world? The little boy stood above the herb field, sweating profusely. But when he looked around, there was a gratified smile on his little face. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang and the others flew out of the ancient castle and landed beside the little boy. They looked around. That's right. The mountains and rivers in front of them were the Black Tortoise world's Devil Land. Qin Feiyang asked, "Has it all merged?" "Yes." The little boy wiped his sweat and nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, "Is there no change at all?" "Of course not. You can check it yourself," the little boy said. Qin Feiyang immediately closed his eyes and extended his perception. Sure enough. The Black Tortoise world didn't change at all. Whether it was humans or beasts, it was the same as before. Even, they didn't seem to notice that the Black Tortoise world had changed. Seeing that you usually treat the Devil Land as your base, I used the Devil Land as the center when merging. In other words, the Devil Land is now the central area of the Black Tortoise world. The ancient castle is also here. The little boy grabbed the ancient castle below and said, Qin Feiyang looked down. The ancient castle and the small courtyard were side by side. After 10 years of cultivation, the cracks on the ancient castle had been repaired. The white-eyed wolf asked, "According to what you said, the creatures of the Black Tortoise world can enter the ancient castle now?" "Yes. However, Qin Feiyang can restrict them from entering the ancient castle. He can also restrict them from entering the Devil Land. In short, in the Black Tortoise world, Qin Feiyang is the ruler of everything. Of course, there is also me," the little boy said proudly. Qin Feiyang asked, "Then what are the benefits of merging the Black Tortoise world with this place?" The little boy scanned the world and smiled. "The benefits after the fusion are something you can't imagine." "Hurry up and say it, don't keep me in suspense." The white-eyed wolf stared at him with dissatisfaction. The little boy glanced at the white-eyed wolf and said, "Little wolf, you better respect me, or I will directly throw you out." "TSK." The white-eyed wolf smiled disdainfully. "You still don't believe me?" The little boy suddenly frowned. Qin Feiyang said, Okay, hurry up and say it. I'll let you go for now." The little boy snorted and said, "First of all, the first benefit is the time array." Time array? Everyone was suspicious. This world is connected to the ancient castle. And because of the connection between the two, this world is also enveloped by the time array. And when the Black Tortoise world merged with this world, it naturally received the support of the time array. In short, the Black Tortoise world is now like the ancient castle. A day outside is 10 years here. The little boy said. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. The time laws of the Black Tortoise world had become the same as the ancient castle. How is it? Do you like this benefit? The little boy looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. I like it. Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly. First of all, from now on, everyone didn't have to squeeze into the ancient castle. Because the Black Tortoise world was already like the ancient castle, they could cultivate in seclusion as usual outside. Next were medicinal herbs, crystal veins, and soul lines. These rare treasures needed time to grow. For example, soul lines. The speed of growth was extremely slow. The production was very low. For example, a level 1 soul line could only produce 10 soul stones a year. But it was different now. A day outside was 10 years in the Black Tortoise world. In other words, whether it was the speed of growth or the production, it would double. There is also the most important point. As the time laws of the Black Tortoise world change, the growth of the Black Tortoise world will also accelerate. The little boy said again. Qin Feiyang nodded. Indeed. In the past, the time laws of the Black Tortoise world were the same as the outside world, such as the ancient castle, the Forgotten Continent, and the Great Qin Empire. But now, because of the ancient castle, the time laws had undergone earth-shaking changes, and the growth of the Black Tortoise world naturally accelerated. For example, a sapling was planted in the Black Tortoise world and the ancient world at the same time. After a day, the sapling planted in the ancient world was still just a sapling. But the sapling planted in the Black Tortoise world, because of the time laws, had already grown into a big tree after 10 years of wind and frost. This was the difference. Huoyi asked, then what are the other benefits? The little boy said, the current Black Tortoise world is no longer as fragile as before. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and hurriedly asked, what do you mean? After fusing with this place, the Black Tortoise world is equivalent to receiving the protection of the ancient castle, and its toughness has also been greatly improved. Now, even an imperishable stage powerhouse can't pose a threat to the Black Tortoise world. It's even more impossible to forcefully break the Black Tortoise world. Unless we destroy the ancient castle first. The little boy said. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed when he heard this. To be honest, this was the most delightful thing. Chapter 23:30. Wait a moment. Huoyi waved his hand and frowned. Why does it sound like the Black Tortoise world is the only one benefiting from the fusion? How is that possible? The fusion brings more benefits to the ancient castle than the Black Tortoise world. The boy said. More benefits? Huoyi was taken aback and asked suspiciously, what benefits? Transformation. The boy enunciated each word clearly. Transformation? The more Huoyi listened, the more puzzled he became. A heaven-defying divine artifact isn't the top divine artifact in this world. Above the heaven-defying divine artifact, there's another level of divine artifact. A divine artifact of this level is comparable to a world's creator God. The boy said. What? There's actually such a divine artifact? The group of people was extremely shocked. There are many things in this world that are beyond your imagination. A divine artifact of this level is called a Genesis divine weapon. The boy looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. His eyes seemed to be mocking them for being a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Qin Feiyang didn't get angry and asked, "Is there a Genesis divine weapon in this world?" Regarding a Genesis divine weapon, you're not qualified to know. You won't understand its mysteries. All you need to know is that after the Black Tortoise world fuses with this place, there's hope for the ancient castle to evolve into a Genesis divine weapon. The boy said. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be fascinated by the boy's words. Wait a minute. Could it be that the sudden change in the ancient castle during the battle in the galaxy is related to the fusion of the Black Tortoise world? The white-eyed wolf looked at the boy in surprise. What else could it be? If it wasn't for the fusion of the Black Tortoise world, the ancient castle would have been blasted into smithereens. The boy sneered. So that's how it is. After fusing with a small world, the ancient castle's power will increase. Everyone murmured. The boy glanced at Huoyi and said, "You still dare to say that only the Black Tortoise world benefits?" Huoyi smiled embarrassedly. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you country bumpkins who haven't seen the world. The boy shook his head, his face was full of contempt. The corners of Huoyi's mouth twitched. This arrogant little guy, he really wanted to slap him. I have a question. Now that the Black Tortoise world's time laws are the same as the ancient castle, wouldn't that be the same as benefiting the Black Tortoise world's living beings? The fiend ancestor suddenly spoke. The little boy sneered and said, as expected of a frog at the bottom of a well. The demon ancestor's expression froze. In his heart, he could not help but have the urge to beat this little guy up. How can this be called letting them off lightly? If they become stronger, who benefits the most? Qin Feiyang, of course. Look at the current situation. In this vast Black Tortoise world, other than those pitifully few false gods, there isn't even a single war god. With such strength, how can it be called a world? Let me tell you, especially you, Qin Feiyang. Don't underestimate these creatures from the Black Tortoise world. You might still need them in the future. So, what you need to do is to do your best to nurture them and make them stronger. This is also your duty. Because you are now the ruler of the Black Tortoise world, they are all your people. The little boy snorted. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he could not help but smile bitterly and said, "This responsibility is a bit heavy. If you are not willing or do not have the ability, then say it as soon as possible so that I can find the next one. I believe that there are many people who want this Black Tortoise world." The little boy said. Don't. I'm just joking. Besides, we have known each other for so long, how can we just leave like this? Don't worry. I will do my best and not let you down. Qin Feiyang hastily patted his chest and solemnly vowed. What a joke. It was not easy to get the Black Tortoise world, how could he just give it to others? Then I will wait and see. After the little boy finished speaking, his little hand grabbed the air, and the rhombus-shaped crystal floating in the air immediately entered his body and disappeared without a trace. This little bastard is too arrogant. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all. If it weren't for you, I would have hung him up and spanked his ass. Huoyi looked at Qin Feiyang and said angrily. Qin Feiyang glanced at Huoyi with a trace of contempt in his eyes. You don't have to give me face. If you want to go, then go ahead. Huoyi's expression stiffened, then he waved his hand generously and said with a smile, Forget it, I am a big man. If I argue with a little kid, won't I be laughed at? What are you pretending for? If you don't have the guts, then just say it. Fire Lotus was speechless. Cough cough. Huoyi choked on his saliva on the spot, and his face was extremely embarrassed. Looking at Huoyi's embarrassed face, Qin Feiyang could not help but shake his head and laugh. Then, He flew into the sky and stood above the Devil's Land, looking around, his eyes flickering. White-eyed wolf, demon ancestor, Dong Zhengyang, Mo Long, and Zhong Xiaoyang also returned to the castle and continued to cultivate. Outside, only Fire Lotus and Huoyi were left. Fire Lotus glanced at Qin Feiyang and transmitted her voice, "That little guy is not an ordinary character. Don't look for trouble." "I know. But you can't not give me face. How embarrassing will that make me?" Huoyi complained. "You still know how to be embarrassed? If you know, then speak less in the future." Fire Lotus glared at him fiercely. Huoyi pursed his lips. "Sure." Fire Lotus took a step forward and landed beside Qin Feiyang, smiling. "What are you thinking about?" Qin Feiyang said, "I am thinking, should we seal the Devil's Land?" "Why seal the Devil's Land?" Fire Lotus was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "Naturally, it is to prevent people from the Black Tortoise world from breaking in. I don't think that is necessary. Because the Devil's Land is a very dangerous place. Even false gods do not dare to enter. Let's talk about it later. If someone can really break in here, it means that he must be a very capable person. For such a person, what's the harm in giving him a good fortune? So I personally think that there is no need to seal it. Let nature take its course," Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and nodded with a smile. "That makes sense. When you are free, you should keep an eye on it." "Okay." Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in front of Huoyi, saying, "Let's go." "Where are we going?" Huoyi was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "Of course we are going out. We can't stay here forever, right? Don't. From now on, I will also go into seclusion." Huoyi said. "You are going into seclusion?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Can't I?" Huoyi asked. "No. For a powerhouse at your level, is seclusion useful?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Aren't you talking nonsense? If you don't go into seclusion, can your cultivation improve?" Huoyi rolled his eyes and said, "Actually, I have accumulated a lot in these years of traveling. I can feel that my realm has loosened. I estimate that I can break through to the initial imperishable realm after this seclusion." "Is that so? Then I will congratulate you in advance." Qin Feiyang smiled. "It's not that easy. Breaking through is naturally the best." "I won't break through, nor will I force it," Huoyi said. "Your temperament is not bad." Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Nonsense. If I don't even have this bit of temperament, then wouldn't I have lived all these years in vain?" Huoyi glared at him and stepped into the air step by step. "Where are you going to seclusion?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly asked. "Anyway, the time rules of the Black Tortoise world are no different from the ancient castle. Isn't it the same wherever I go?" Huoyi smiled without turning his head and quickly disappeared from Qin Feiyang's sight. "This guy," Qin Feiyang shook his head. It seemed that he would have to explore the divine prefecture alone. Outside the sea. Although a day had passed, the residual battle aura was still very obvious. Swish. Suddenly, a young man in black with a pale face and a weak body in his 20s appeared in the sky above the sea. It was Qin Feiyang after changing his appearance. He had been carrying the divine moon jade pendant. He vigilantly glanced around and flew straight ahead. The residual battle aura made the sea unable to calm down for a long time. Big waves surged and surged. In the sea, faint traces of sea beasts could be seen. However, perhaps because of the residual battle aura, these sea beasts did not attack him. Along the way, it was very smooth. 2 days later, he appeared in the sky above a huge island. But the island was fragmented. More than half of the island was submerged by the sea. And on the island, he saw corpses one after another. There were sea beasts. There were also human corpses. There were countless of them. It was like a cultivation hell. Needless to say, this was caused by the recovery of the golden sword. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and slammed his palm down. With a loud bang, the broken island immediately collapsed and was completely swallowed by the sea. On the way, what he saw was basically such a scene of corpses everywhere. He did not know how many creatures died tragically in this catastrophe. War was the most ruthless. This sentence was indeed true. Time flew by. Another 3 days passed. Early in the morning, Qin Feiyang finally saw a relatively intact island, which was also full of corpses. Blood dyed the whole island red. The air was filled with the smell of blood that couldn't be dispersed. Qin Feiyang stood above the island, overlooking everything on the island with a trace of confusion in his eyes. At this moment, he wanted to blame the dragons. But he found that he was not qualified at all. Because he was also involved in the death of these people. Moreover, every time he opened the slaughter zone, he had to kill a large number of sea beasts or beasts. Speaking of which, he was a real executioner. This caused him to fall into a state of confusion. Why did it become like this? Thinking back to the past, even in the face of beasts, he could maintain a sympathetic and compassionate heart. But now, except for humans, no other creatures seemed to be able to make him feel pity. When he slaughtered them, it was so natural. Such a cold-blooded character, was it still him? If he had not slaughtered creatures in the past, then now, he could confidently blame the dragons. Conscience, he would not be blamed. Did he really change? Become ruthless, cruel, and inhuman? You have indeed changed. Suddenly, an ethereal voice rang in Qin Feiyang's sea of consciousness. Chapter 2331. Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. The owner of this voice was the shadowless man. If even the shadowless man noticed that he had changed, then he had really changed. But why did it become like this? The shadowless man said, because of the slaughter domain. Slaughter domain? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and frowned. That's impossible. There are no side effects of the slaughter domain. There are indeed no side effects of the slaughter domain. But every time you open the slaughter domain, you have to slaughter living beings and absorb their blood. This kind of killing intent will gradually germinate in your heart. In the long run, your personality will slowly change. The shadowless man smiled. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang suddenly came to his senses as if he had been hit in the head. If you want to return to the past, then don't open the slaughter domain in the future. But in fact, I don't object to you continuing. Because I believe that no matter how you change, your attitude towards your family and friends, and your attitude towards the righteousness of the world, will not change at all. The shadowless man smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, Senior, am I not as great as you say? He had never thought about the righteousness of the world at all. He just wanted to help his ancestors deal with the matters of the ancient world and then return to the great Qin to reunite with his family. Don't speak too early. Perhaps one day in the future, you will have to stand up. The shadowless man smiled. I hope there won't be such a day. Because I really don't want to bear so much pressure. But then again, I have known you for many years. I wonder when I can see your glory? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. There will be a chance. Work hard. As for the slaughter domain, do as you wish. Don't force yourself. After the shadowless man finished speaking, he fell silent. My own wish, Qin Feiyang murmured. His own wish was actually not to open the slaughter domain at all. But in order to survive, he had no choice. Perhaps, it was not him who was wrong, nor was it the dragons. It was the way of the world. The way of the world was like this: the weak were prey to the strong, and the fittest survived. Who was to blame? Perhaps, they could only blame their bad luck. He was born in this era. After a long time, Qin Feiyang sighed and waved his hand. The blood on the island immediately surged into the air. Yes. The purpose of collecting this blood was to prepare for the next opening of the slaughter zone. Facing the dragons, he had no choice but to do so. No matter what he had to face in the future, he had to survive first. However, he only collected the blood and did not touch the corpses. After all, the dead should be respected. After collecting the blood on the island and burying the corpses on the island, they continued to move forward. Time flew by, and another 5 days passed. Even he had no idea how many corpses he had encountered in the past 5 days. As for the blood he had collected, it was probably enough for him to activate his slaughter domain 3 times. Of course. This was only the first stage. Over the past few days, he had carefully thought about it. The strength of the slaughter zones was somewhat difficult to distinguish. Therefore, after much consideration, he divided the slaughter domain into 4 stages. The first stage was the same as before, crushing the heaven-defying divine artifacts that had not been unsealed. The second stage was the level of the revered dragon. The third stage was to unseal the heaven-defying artifact. The fourth stage was the Genesis divine weapon that he had just learned from the little boy. Although he had never seen a Genesis divine weapon and did not know its true power, he could feel that if there was enough time and enough blood, the power of the slaughter zone should be able to reach this level. 5 days. 3 days. 2 days. Qin Feiyang had been walking in the sea area for a full 10 days. Ahead. A boundless land finally appeared in his line of sight. But the land was also full of devastation. The mountains and rivers were shattered, the vegetation was destroyed, and a tragic aura filled the air. On the broken ground, there were also a large number of corpses. Even this place was affected, Qin Feiyang murmured. The power of the unsealing of the heaven-defying divine artifact was really destructive. Fortunately, this was still the border of the Sky Dragon Sea. If it was in the divine continent, half of the continent would have been destroyed. It seemed that in the future, no matter what, he could not unlock the seal of the heaven-defying divine artifact in the divine continent. Divine continent, Qin Feiyang stopped in the air above the sea area, glancing at the continent in front of him, and murmured, "We're finally here." Whoosh. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang activated the concealment technique, and his whole body immediately hid in the void, and then turned into a stream of light, flying toward the divine continent. The reason why he activated the concealment technique was that he was worried about the dragons. There was a high possibility that the dragons were hiding on the seaside. Dozens of breaths later, he finally approached the coast. But he suddenly braked and stopped in the void, his eyes firmly locked on a huge rock. The huge rock was dozens of feet high, like a stone pillar, standing on the seaside. And on the top of the huge rock, there was a golden small beast. The little beast was shaped like a frog. Its entire body was covered with golden scales. It was lying on top of the huge rock like a human. It had one leg crossed over the other. There was even a green foxtail in its mouth. It was squinting its eyes. It looked quite content. "It's it." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled slightly. That's right. It was the small beast that stole Chang Shui and sealed the ancient castle. Why was it here? Was it a coincidence? However, whether it was a coincidence or not, he could not be discovered by it. Although he had the divine moon jade pendant and activated the concealment technique, Qin Feiyang was still very careful. He slowly retreated to the sea behind, preparing to take a detour and enter the divine continent. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have discovered something again, and his hair suddenly stood on end. Because he was too nervous before, he did not notice that there was a divine dragon beside the huge rock. It was a black divine dragon, lying on the ground motionlessly. And taking a closer look, there was a bloody hole in between its eyebrows. It seems that it was killed by the small beast. It even dared to kill the divine dragon of the dragons. It is indeed a ruthless character. Qin Feiyang did not dare to stay for long, and sped up, retreating backward. Hey. Do you think Daddy Frog doesn't exist? Leaving without even saying goodbye. That's very rude. But at this moment, the lazy voice of the golden small beast sounded. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Is it talking to me? But it can't be. Now that I have the divine moon jade pendant and the concealment technique, no matter how powerful the golden small beast is, it can't discover me. It must be talking to someone else. Yes, that's it. He wanted to comfort himself, but the reality mercilessly destroyed his heart. Because there was no one else around except him. Whoosh. Immediately, he turned around without hesitation, using the walk formula, and fled into the air. So troublesome. The golden small beast shook its head, opened its eyes, got up and stretched, and looked up in the direction that Qin Feiyang fled. Its eyes were full of disdain. Boom. Following closely, its little paw stretched out in the air. A formless mighty force immediately surged towards Qin Fei Yang like a torrential current, setting off enormous waves that covered the sky. The concealment technique immediately collapsed. Qin Fei Yang turned pale with fright, and his body flew uncontrollably toward the golden small beast along with the mighty force. His first thought was to enter the castle. But as soon as he thought of the strength of the small beast, he decisively dismissed this idea. Because once he entered the castle, the white-eyed wolf, Fire Lotus, and the others would also suffer. So it was better to stay outside and face the golden small beast alone. After a few seconds, Qin Fei Yang staggered and fell on a huge rock, and the mighty force disappeared. After stabilizing his body, Qin Fei Yang turned around and stared at the golden small beast, saying angrily, "What do you want to do?" The golden small beast held the green foxtail in its mouth, picking its nostrils and saying, "There's no deep hatred, why do you have to be so angry?" Qin Fei Yang roared, "You sealed the castle, took away Chang Shui, and killed Big Cousin and the inner demons, and these are not deep hatred. Wait. The golden small beast quickly waved its little claws and interrupted Qin Fei Yang, saying, "Are you mistaken? The one who killed the inner demons was the ice dragon, not Lord Frog. Aren't you in cahoots with it?" Qin Fei Yang said angrily. Wrong. Lord Frog is not familiar with that little reptile at all, it's just licking my face all day long to curry favor with Lord Frog. The golden small beast said lightly, "I don't want to talk to you about these useless things, what do you want?" Qin Fei Yang said in a deep voice. "Guess." The golden small beast stood on the ground, a pair of small claws behind its back, looking at Qin Fei Yang mockingly. "I don't think that you would be so kind as to send Chang Shui to me," Qin Fei Yang said. "That's impossible. Once something is in Lord Frog's hands, you can never get it back. Of course, you can take it back. But it depends on whether you have the ability to do so." The golden small beast raised the corner of its mouth with a hint of playfulness. "Why are you so arrogant?" Qin Fei Yang was furious. He raised his right foot and stepped on the golden small beast. "You're really going to attack?" The golden small beast was stunned. Then it waved its little claws, and Qin Fei Yang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His body cracked, and he flew out like a meteorite, smashing into the deep sea. It was just an ordinary wave of its claws, and his body was almost torn apart. Just how strong was he? At this moment, Qin Fei Yang was not only angry, but there was also a trace of fear in his heart. "You're overestimating yourself." The golden small beast looked down at the rolling waves, its golden eyes full of disdain. Dong. A few seconds later, Qin Fei Yang rushed out of the deep sea with blood flowing out of his body. He stood above the sea and stared at the small beast gloomily. The golden small beast pursed its lips and said, "Actually, you should thank Lord Frog." "Thank?" Qin Fei Yang raised his eyebrows. He really couldn't think of what he should thank this bastard small beast for. "Yes. If it weren't for Lord Frog showing mercy, you would have been dead long ago. How could you be alive now? So, you should thank Lord Frog for not killing you back then," the golden small beast said. When Qin Fei Yang heard this, he was so angry that he couldn't even say a word. How could there be such a shameless bastard in the world? Forget it. Although you're ungrateful, Lord Frog can't bully you, right? After all, Lord Frog has always relied on virtue to win people over. The golden small beast shook its little head and said, "Win people over with virtue?" Qin Fei Yang was stunned. He had never reasoned with him, and now he had the face to say that he would win people over with virtue. Oh my God! What kind of person was this? There should be a limit to how shameless he could be. Chapter 2332. Looking at your eyes, you seem to be doubting my character. The golden small beast looked at him maliciously. You have to have a good character too. Qin Fei Yang muttered to himself. A little frog was talking about character with him. Wasn't this a joke? But he didn't dare to say it out loud. This golden small beast was eccentric and unpredictable. If he angered it, he wouldn't have a good ending. Don't beat around the bush. What's your purpose? Qin Fei Yang was very impatient. What an impatient person. All right. 10 days ago, Lord Frog suddenly sensed that a seal had been broken. The golden small beast looked at him playfully. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. This was obviously referring to the seal of the ancient castle. The seal set by Lord Frog was broken by someone. What a disgrace. The golden small beast said again. What do you want to do? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Was he going to seal the ancient castle again? What do I want to do? The golden small beast looked at Qin Feiyang speechlessly and said, Aren't you talking nonsense? Of course I have to get back my face. You can't do this. Qin Feiyang said angrily. Give Lord Frog a reason. The golden small beast was stunned and laughed. First of all, the ancient castle didn't threaten you. Second, we didn't offend you. Third, the seal was broken by the ancient castle bit by bit with its own ability. Now, what right do you have to seal it again? What's the difference between this and bullying? Qin Feiyang shouted angrily. It makes sense. The golden small beast nodded. Qin Feiyang frowned. He didn't believe that it would be so easy to persuade this shameless small beast. As expected, the small beast grinned and looked at Qin Feiyang. Although it makes sense, my face is more important. Boom. His voice fell. The small beast waved its paw, and a golden light instantly entered Qin Feiyang's glabella. You bastard. Qin Feiyang roared. Why don't you try cursing again? The golden small beast's eyes flashed coldly as it said, Do you believe that Grandpa Frog won't kill all of you? Qin Feiyang clenched his fists tightly. He would never doubt the words of the small beast. Nor would they doubt its ability. The grievance in his heart almost drove him crazy. Don't look like you want to eat me. This seal is the same as the previous one. It won't prevent you from entering the castle. But there is a difference. Last time, I only used 1/10 of my strength to seal the castle. This time, I used half of my strength. Which is half of my strength. If you can still break the seal, then Grandpa Frog will admit that you are indeed not bad, and will not seal it in the future. The small beast said. What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. The seal last time only used 1/10 of its strength. I'll tell you one more time. The black dragon below just died not long ago. The small beast smiled at Qin Feiyang playfully, and then disappeared with the green foxtail in its mouth. Just died not long ago? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked down at the black dragon. What did the small beast mean by that? Wait. Destiny contract. Every dragon would immediately sign a destiny contract with the ancestral dragon of their clan the moment they were born. For example, the Fire Dragon clan. If a baby dragon was born, it would immediately sign a destiny contract with the ancestral dragon of the Fire Dragon clan. As a result, the ancestral dragon of each clan could sense the life and death of their clansman through the destiny contract. In other words, the ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan must have sensed the death of the Black Dragon in front of him. Perhaps, they were already on their way here. This bastard small beast. Qin Feiyang understood this point, and his eyes immediately lit up with monstrous anger. This was obviously trying to frame him. No. With his current relationship with the Dragon clan, even without the little golden beast, he would definitely be suspected of being the culprit. Wait. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to leave, he suddenly frowned. He remembered that 10 days ago, all the ancestral dragons were seriously injured by the ancient castle. The blonde and silver-haired youth were only left with fragmented divine souls. Such serious injuries should not be able to recover so quickly. In other words, the ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan may have only sent members of other dragons to check. Could this be an opportunity to collect some interest? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and a very crazy idea rose in his mind. He glanced around and disappeared in a flash. Black Tortoise Realm. Fire Lotus was tending to the medicine field. Qin Feiyang walked over and said, "Lend me your axe again." "What are you going to do?" Fire Lotus raised her head and looked at him suspiciously. "Collect interest." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. "Then you have to be careful." Fire Lotus warned, took out the axe and handed it to Qin Feiyang. "Don't worry. I will act according to the circumstances." Qin Feiyang smiled, took the axe, left the Black Tortoise Realm, and appeared on the boulder again. "Why is there a black dragon?" The artifact spirit was surprised. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. I originally thought that after merging with the Black Tortoise realm, with the strength of the ancient castle, it would be enough for you to run rampant in the divine continent. But I didn't expect that before I had time to be happy, I would be sealed again. The artifact spirit sighed regretfully. That damn small beast, sooner or later I will make it pay the price. Qin Feiyang coldly scoffed. It won't be that easy. If it wasn't lying, then the last time it sealed the ancient castle, it really only used 1/10 of its power. Then it's easy to imagine how terrifying its strength is. The artifact spirit said. That's right. The reason it was able to break the seal this time was because of the golden sword. And at that time, the golden sword had already unsealed itself and fully awakened. In other words, small beast's 1/10 power is already comparable to a divine artifact that has unsealed itself. It's hard to imagine how strong it really is. Qin Feiyang said. 1/10 was already so terrifying, then what about 1/2? How could there be such a powerful existence in this world? This was completely beyond his imagination. Forget it, don't think about it. I don't understand even if I think about it. Only when you reach its level will you be able to understand its true strength. The artifact spirit said. Qin Feiyang nodded, took a deep breath, and glanced at the mountains and rivers in front of him. The mountains and rivers were all destroyed, the field of vision was very wide, and there was no ideal hiding place. Why don't we go to the ancient castle? The artifact spirit suggested. Hiding in the ancient castle, whether it was hiding or attacking, it was very convenient. No. What if the dragon's princess and Long Zun also follow? Especially Long Zun. Mastering the power of the law of space, she can easily enter the ancient castle. Once she finds out that we are hiding in the ancient castle, it's tantamount to a turtle in a jar. So, we have to leave a way out for ourselves. Qin Feiyang whispered. No matter what he did now, he couldn't be the slightest bit careless. He had to be foolproof, otherwise, he would end up with his body crushed. He didn't want to die yet. He also didn't want to implicate White-Eyed Wolf, Fire Lotus, and the others. Qin Feiyang suddenly pointed to a broken mountain on the left and said, Go to that mountain peak. Up to you. The artifact spirit said. Qin Feiyang took a step and landed on the mountain peak, turning to look at the coast. This place was about half a mile away from the coast. A distance of half a mile, with his current cultivation, was only a step away. Besides, the one who would make a move later would not be him, but the axe. With the speed of the axe, taking advantage of the unprepared sneak attack, the other party might not even be able to react. But standing on the mountain peak, it was too conspicuous. Qin Feiyang walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. Halfway up the mountain, he found a crack. This crack must have been caused by the power of the divine weapon 10 days ago. Qin Feiyang swooped down and entered the crack. Looking around, he was quite satisfied. The top, bottom, left, and right were all sealed, with only one entrance in front of him. As long as he hid here and didn't make a sound, coupled with the concealment of the divine moon jade pendant, as long as he wasn't seen by the dragons with his own eyes, he wouldn't be discovered. Then, Qin Feiyang stayed in the crack, restraining his aura, his eyes firmly locked onto the coast. Time passed by. Shua. Finally, 3 figures appeared in the sky above the coast. They were 3 middle-aged men. The man standing in the middle was about 1.8 meters tall, with a thin body, a cold face, and a sharp light in his eyes. The other 2 were 2 big men, about 2 meters tall. They looked extremely strong and burly, like 2 small giants. The aura emitted by the 2 was also inferior to the thin middle-aged man. However, in Qin Feiyang's eyes, they were extremely powerful. Judging from their aura, they were definitely at the peak of the 9th heaven realm. As for the thin middle-aged man's aura, it was comparable to Hua Yi's. Obviously, he was a half-step undying realm expert. The 3 of them looked around, and when they saw the dead black dragon below, their eyes suddenly became cold. It's really dead. Judging from the wound, it was killed in one blow. This Qin Feiyang's strength can't be underestimated. The The thin middle-aged man called the 10th elder said in a deep voice. The two big men nodded. It seems that he has been hiding in this sea area for the past 10 days, but now, he may have already entered the divine land. Take its body and go back to report to Lord Ancestral Dragon. I, the elder, will be overseeing this place, the 10th elder said, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The two big men looked at each other. One of them said, 10th elder, if Qin Fei Yang has really entered the divine land, it seems meaningless for you to stay here. The 10th elder said, it's just my guess that he has entered the divine land. Maybe he is still hiding in this sea area. Okay then. The two nodded and swooped down, sweeping toward the black dragon. Do it. At this moment, Qin Fei Yang secretly shouted. The axe floating next to him immediately broke through the air like a bolt of lightning. Who is it? The two big men didn't react. However, the 10th elder immediately sensed the aura of the axe and let out a loud shout. The person who wants your life. The weapon's spirit sneered, and the rust on the axe immediately fell off. Like colorful butterflies, it flooded the sky and surged toward the three. Chapter 23:33. Accompanied by two blood-curdling screams, the bodies of the two burly men were riddled with holes like sieves. There were also several bloody holes on their heads, penetrating from front to back, and blood was gushing out. Damn it! The 10th elder roared angrily. Divine power rolled out, blasting away the surrounding rust, and rushed in front of the two men. 10th elder, run! The two burly men said in despair, and then fell to the ground, dead. Their souls had been shattered by the rust. At the same time, the two men also recovered their true forms, which were two black dragons hundreds of feet long. I, the dragons, will not let you go. The 10th elder suddenly raised his head, stared at the axe, roared, and then turned into a stream of light, ready to escape. The 10th elder of the Black Dragon clan, killing you should be a big loss for the dragons. The artifact spirit smiled coldly, and the rust divine light formed a barrier of several feet, firmly trapping the 10th elder inside. What's the use of killing me? If you have the ability, go find the ancestral dragon and Lord Dragon Sovereign. The great elder roared. Don't worry, we will find them sooner or later. At this time, Qin Fei Yang walked out of the crack. You are indeed nearby. The 10th elder immediately looked at Qin Fei Yang, his eyes full of resentment. Yes. I'm here to collect interest. Qin Fei Yang said. The 10th elder's face was gloomy. This child and the dragons were already like fire and water, and would definitely not let him go. What to do? He didn't expect that Qin Fei Yang would be so daring. Generally speaking, no matter who it was, when facing the dragons, they would run away at the first moment. Because the strength of the dragons was enough to make anyone fear and despair. However, this person did the exact opposite. Not only did the person who killed his dragons not escape, but he also ambushed here, catching him off guard. Qin Fei Yang said, answer a few of my questions, and I can consider leaving you an intact corpse. The 10th elder was taken aback. His eyes flashed as he asked, what's the problem? Qin Fei Yang said, first question, but speaking of this. His words came to an abrupt halt. The 10th elder looked at him suspiciously. Qin Fei Yang suddenly looked at Fu Qiu and shouted, quickly kill him and leave this place. The 10th elder's body suddenly shook. The artifact spirit was slightly taken aback and asked in confusion, don't you have something to ask him? We can't delay any longer, because the two black dragons have already been killed. The ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan must have sensed their deaths. If we don't kill the three black dragons one after another, the ancestral dragon will definitely send stronger people to investigate. So, we have to get rid of him immediately and leave. Qin Fei Yang said in a deep voice. Damn it, when the 10th elder heard this, he immediately cursed in his heart. That was right. Originally, he was already in despair. But when he heard that Qin Fei Yang had a question to ask him, he couldn't help but have a glimmer of hope in his heart. Because as Qin Fei Yang said, when the ancestral dragon sensed the death of the two black dragons through the fate contract, he would definitely immediately send stronger people to support. So, he pretended to answer, but in fact, he was just stalling for time. When the support arrived, Not only could he escape, but he could also take down Qin Feiyang. Taking down Qin Feiyang would be a great merit. But he didn't expect Qin Feiyang to realize this so quickly. What should he do now? Although he was a half-step immortal realm expert, in the face of a heaven-defying divine artifact, and a heaven-defying divine artifact that could unseal itself at any time, he had no confidence at all. At the same time, when the artifact spirit heard Qin Feiyang's words, he immediately understood and released a destructive power, shattering the sky and slashing towards the 10th Elder. "I'll die with you." The 10th Elder's eyes trembled as he suddenly roared. Immediately, a destructive aura also rushed out of his body. Self-destruction? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He was a half-step immortal realm expert after all. Didn't he know how to struggle? But on second thought, he understood. In the face of a heaven-defying divine artifact, there was indeed no point in struggling. Because it was useless. No matter how he struggled, he would still die. But in the face of the 10th Elder's self-destruction, the artifact spirit didn't panic at all. Instead, he had a disdainful attitude. Clang. The axe shone brightly and instantly arrived. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the 10th Elder's body was torn apart in the void. Dragon blood dyed the sky red. "I swear, I won't let you go." A furious roar filled with hatred echoed in the air. Then, a beam of black light shot out from the shattered crown of the 10th Elder's head. It was a small dragon. It was only about half a meter long and its eyes were full of fear. That's right. This was the divine soul of the 10th Elder. As soon as the divine soul appeared, it flew away without looking back. "You actually want to run away in front of me? Are you daydreaming?" The artifact spirit laughed disdainfully and was about to kill. But at this moment, boom! An extremely terrifying dragon might descended upon this world with a loud bang. "It's Longzuan." Qin Feiyang was startled and hurriedly looked up, but he immediately let out a sigh of relief. The person who came wasn't Longzuan, but a middle-aged man in black with a black crown. He was like a king who had descended. His eyes were like torches and his hands were behind his back. His 7-foot-long body was like a sharp blade, emitting a shocking sharpness. When the 10th Elder saw this person, it was as if he had seen a life-saving straw. He flew toward the black-robed man while shouting, "Patriarch, save me, Patriarch!" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Black Dragon clan, in addition to the ancestral dragon, had another patriarch? And the aura that this person emitted was even stronger than the 10th Elder's. It seemed that he was already a terrifying existence that surpassed the half-step immortal realm. Great, buy one get one free. The artifact spirit didn't take it to heart at all. What he meant was that he planned to kill the patriarch of the Black Dragon clan as well. "So it's you. I was wondering who had the guts to kill the people of the dragons." The black-robed man looked at Qin Feiyang and the axe with a strong cold light in his eyes. The 10th Elder's divine soul flew to the black-robed man's side and said, "Patriarch, be careful. The seal on that divine weapon will be unsealed at any time. Don't worry." Ancestral Dragon was afraid that there would be an accident before coming, so he gave the divine weapon to me. The black-robed man waved his hand. "You also brought a divine weapon?" The 10th Elder's divine soul was startled and surprised. "Yes." The black-robed man nodded. Boom. Then, a monstrous divine might appeared like a volcanic eruption. Then, a black iron fan flew out of the black-robed man's body and floated in the air, emitting a dazzling light. When Qin Feiyang saw the iron fan, his pupils constricted. He had seen this thing before. It was indeed the ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan. The 10th Elder was overjoyed. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the axe, he also became arrogant and said, "Your end is here." Humph. The artifact spirit snorted and immediately charged towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man glanced at the axe and then looked at Qin Feiyang who was standing in the distance. There was not much joy on his face, but a trace of worry. The 10th Elder urged, "Lord Patriarch, quickly exterminate him." "Shut up. Don't you know how Ancestral Dragon and the others were seriously injured?" The black-robed man secretly shouted. Hearing this, the Great Elder's expression suddenly froze. Then, A chill that could not be dissolved rose in his heart. That's right. This kid not only had a divine weapon, but also an ancient castle. And it was an ancient castle that was even more terrifying than a divine weapon. I will hold them back first. You go and inform Lord Dragon Sovereign immediately. Only Lord Dragon Sovereign has a way to deal with him. The black-robed man took out an interspatial ring and threw it to the divine soul of the 10th Elder. Then he grabbed the iron fan and faced the axe. Yes. I have to inform Lord Dragon Sovereign immediately. The divine soul of the 10th Elder glanced at Qin Feiyang and immediately grabbed the interspatial ring, took out a teleportation altar and quickly revived. Although he was only left with his divine soul, at his level of cultivation, he could easily revive the altar. To this, Qin Feiyang and the axe did not stop him. The axe had no time to split himself. Qin Feiyang did not have this ability. Just a wisp of the divine soul of the 10th Elder was enough to kill him in an instant. As for the killing zone, it was too late to open it now. The most important thing now was not to chase after the 10th Elder's divine soul, but to find a chance to escape. Otherwise, when Dragon Sovereign came, the situation would be even more dangerous. Damn small beast. Qin Feiyang could not help but hate the golden small beast. If it had not sealed the ancient castle, what was the patriarch of the Black Dragon clan? Wait. The small beast had sealed the ancient castle. Was it doing this to help the dragons? Because the changes in the ancient castle had posed a great threat to the dragons, it had to seal it again? In that case, was the small beast related to the dragons? Suddenly, he thought of Ice Dragon. Ice Dragon was also a divine dragon. Could it be one of the dragons? No. If the golden small beast and Ice Dragon were really in cahoots with the dragons, then why didn't they just kill him? Moreover, Ice Dragon had saved his life after he had opened the gate of reincarnation. What was the reason? Just as Qin Feiyang was pondering, the teleportation altar had been activated and the divine soul of the 10th Elder immediately flew up. But at this moment, boom! Another powerful aura descended. Qin Feiyang was immediately awakened. He looked up and saw a man in black armor standing above the teleportation altar. He was covered in black armor and wore a black mask on his face. Only a pair of dark eyes, like a pair of eagle eyes, were shining with an incomparably sharp light. Moreover, the aura he exuded was not inferior to the patriarch of the Black Dragon clan. Who is it? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Could it be another patriarch of the dragons? It's you. But just as this thought came to his mind, the 10th Elder exclaimed. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the divine soul of the 10th Elder and saw that his expression was full of fear. What was going on? Why was he so scared? Could it be that he was not one of the dragons? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned his head to look at the man in black who was fighting with the axe and found that there was a trace of panic on his face. It seemed that this mysterious man in black armor was not one of the dragons. But if he was not one of the dragons, then which force did he belong to? Was he an enemy or a friend? Chapter 2334. At the same time, the black armor man glanced at Fu Tu and the black-clothed man, then looked at Qin Feiyang. There was no fluctuation in his deep eyes. Immediately after, he took a step forward and grabbed the 10th Elder's divine soul. What do you want to do? The 10th Elder roared in horror. Kill you. The black armor man said indifferently. With a sudden clench of his big hand, the 10th Elder's soul suddenly shattered with a wail. The teleportation altar was also smashed into pieces by his foot. Qin Feiyang looked at this scene in horror. As an elder-level existence, he must have a very high status among the dragons. Even in this part of the divine Great Land, he might have great prestige. But this person did not hesitate to shatter the first elder's soul. Moreover, he did it in front of the Black Dragon clan patriarch. Isn't this tantamount to provoking the dragons? The revered dragons ruled China and the ancient world. Who would not be afraid of them? This person actually dares to be an enemy of the dragons. What is his background? Wait, could he be one of the ancestors? Because as far as he knew, only the ancestors were fighting against the dragons in the ancient world. But he wasn't sure. Because he knew nothing about China. He couldn't tell whether this person was an enemy or a friend. After shattering the 10th Elder's soul, the black armor man was still like a pool of stagnant water. Swish. Suddenly, he stepped in front of Qin Feiyang. His dark eyes were like two sharp swords, sharp and threatening. Qin Feiyang instinctively retreated. The black armor man did not chase after him. He looked at Qin Feiyang indifferently and said, "Did you bring them?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. The black armor man said, "Demon ancestor, Dongzhengyang, Linie." When Qin Feiyang heard it, a hint of joy crept up his face and asked, "Don't ask. You just need to answer my question." The black armor man said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. "What a cold person." He nodded and said, "I brought them." "Leave them to me," the black-armored man said. "Leave it to you?" Qin Feiyang frowned. What did he mean by that? "Hurry up," the black-armored man urged. He was a man of few words. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but become angry as he asked, "If I hand the Devil Ancestors group over to you, then what about me?" "I don't know." The black-armored man shook his head. "What does don't know mean?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. "This is the Ancestors' order. I'm just following orders." The black-armored man said. "Sovereign." Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, "My ancestor?" The black-armored man nodded. "The ancestor only allowed you to take the Devil Ancestor and the others away." Qin Feiyang asked again. "Yes." The black-armored man said. "Why?" The anger in Qin Feiyang's heart rose again. "I don't know." The black-armored man shook his head and answered mechanically. "You want to dismiss me with a mere I don't know? Let me tell you, if you don't tell me the truth today, I won't let you take them away." Qin Feiyang was furious. Why did he come all the way to the ancient world? Wasn't it to find the ancestor? Now that he had finally found them, they didn't care about him. Even people like Mu Tianyang and the Devil Ancestor were more important than him. This made him feel extremely unbalanced. "I'm just following orders. If you have any questions, you can ask the ancestor in the future. Don't make things difficult for me." The black-armored man was unmoved and was still so cold. Qin Feiyang's expression was uncertain. The black-armored man said, "The death of the 10th Elder will alarm the ancestor. There's no time to delay." Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly, looked at the black-armored man, and asked, "Do you have proof?" The black-armored man waved his hand, and a jade pendant appeared. The jade pendant was half the size of a baby's palm, shaped like a divine dragon, and was purple gold in color. "You should recognize this thing," the black-armored man said. Qin Feiyang took the jade pendant, looked at it carefully for a while, and nodded, "Yes." Then, he took out an identical jade pendant from his cosmos ring. The two jade pendants were inlaid together, and became a complete and flawless jade pendant. It was the double dragon pendant. He had obtained the twin dragon pendants from a jade artifact shop. According to the owner of the jade shop, the double dragon pendant had a magical power. Once separated, it could sense the location of the other party. So, Qin Feiyang gave one to the mermaid princess and kept one for himself. And at that time, he also used this double dragon pendant to formally confess to the mermaid princess. Speaking of this double dragon pendant, it was a token of love between him and the mermaid princess. He naturally wouldn't forget such an important thing. Similarly, the mermaid princess definitely wouldn't give this jade pendant to others. So, the black-armored man's identity should be no problem. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, handed the jade pendant to the black-armored man, and said, "Remember to give it back to her." The black-armored man put away the jade pendant. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and 4 figures appeared. They were Demon Ancestor, Demon Dragon, Dong Zhengyang, and Zhong Shaoyang. The black-armored man glanced at Demon Ancestor and the other 3, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Where is Linie?" "Don't worry about her. She's doing better than us," Qin Feiyang said. "Okay." The black-armored man nodded. With a wave of his hand, Demon Ancestor and the other 3 disappeared immediately. Then, he turned around, and a fiery red bead appeared in his hand. It was as big as an adult's fist. A purple gold divine dragon pattern surrounded the fire bead. As soon as this fire bead appeared, a destructive power immediately roared out. Boom! Immediately after, the black-armored man took the fire bead and charged toward the black-clothed man. This aura, Qin Feiyang stared at the battle sword in the black-armored man's hand with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The aura exuded by the fire bead made him feel very familiar. It seems to be, that's right. It was the heaven-defying artifact that he encountered when he fought with the fire dragon in the deepest part of the Sky Dragon Sea. It was just that at that time, this artifact turned into a scorching sun, and he couldn't see its true appearance. So until now, he knew that the ancestor's heaven-defying artifact looked like this. Boom! The black-armored man took the fire bead and charged into the battlefield. He repelled the axe with one palm and said, "Take Qin Feiyang and leave immediately." "Where to?" The artifact spirit was suspicious. "Anywhere," the black-armored man said without looking back. "Well, you take care." After the artifact spirit finished speaking, he turned around and rushed to Qin Feiyang. A five-colored divine light sprinkled, rolled up Qin Feiyang, and flew away like lightning. "Don't even think about it," the black-clothed man shouted, wanting to pursue. "With me here, do you still have a chance to chase after them?" The black-armored man grabbed the fire bead and slapped at the black-clothed man, a terrifying aura shattering in all directions. "You all deserve to die," the black-clothed man roared, and the iron fan blew up a pitch-black storm, blasting toward the fire bead. "Humph!" The black-armored man snorted expressionlessly, and the two heaven-defying artifacts collided. Although the seal was not broken, it was enough to destroy heaven and earth. The earth crazily cracked. Abyssal cracks spread toward the end of heaven and earth like a spider web. The sea also set off huge waves that covered the sky. In the distance, Qin Feiyang looked back in the direction of the coast with a trace of worry in his eyes. "Don't worry. Since he dares to stay, he must have the confidence to escape." The artifact spirit comforted. "I hope so." Qin Feiyang whispered and asked, "Where are we going next?" "You're asking me? Who should I ask? I know nothing about the divine great land." The artifact spirit was speechless. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Wasn't this like a headless fly? After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang said, "Then let's go find someone first and understand the situation of the divine land before making the next step of the plan." "Okay." The artifact spirit responded and was silent for a while before asking, "Do you have a problem with your ancestor?" Qin Feiyang sighed and said, "It would be a lie to say no. According to my understanding of him, I think he should have other reasons for doing this." The artifact spirit guessed. "You know him?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Of course. Back then, I almost died in battle for him. How can I not know him?" The artifact spirit said. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and smiled bitterly. "I was negligent and forgot about this." After that, Qin Feiyang asked, "Then tell me, why did my ancestor do this?" "This is his idea." "How would I know? But I know one thing, he will definitely not harm you." The artifact spirit said. "I know this too." Qin Feiyang was speechless. "In short, don't think so much now. Think about how to establish a foothold in the divine land first." The artifact spirit said. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and lowered his head to ponder. On the coast, the black-clothed man and the black-armored man had separated. The black-armored man looked at the black-clothed man and said, "You know, you can't kill me." "Yes. I really can't kill you. But the death of the 10th elder must have alarmed the ancestral dragon, so now, I just need to hold you back and wait for the arrival of the ancestral dragon." The black-clothed man said. The black-armored man said, "I'm afraid the ancestral dragon has no time to care about this now." "What do you mean?" The black-clothed man raised his eyebrows. "All the ancestral dragons have been seriously injured by the ancient castle. Now, except for you, there is only the ancestral dragon. What do you think will happen if the ancestral dragon leads people to the ancestral land of the dragons at this time?" The black-armored man said, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "What?" The black-clothed man was shocked and asked, "Qin Batian brought people to our ancestral land?" "Yes. The ancestral dragon and I split up. I came to find Qin Feiyang. The ancestral dragon went to your ancestral land. Of course. With the ancestral dragon's current strength, it is impossible for him to be the ancestral dragon's opponent. But I believe that the ancestral dragon can still destroy your ancestral land and greatly damage the vitality of the dragons. So the ancestral dragon has no time to care about you now. The black-armored man said. Damn it. The black-clothed man cursed and immediately opened an altar to leave. You really believe it? The black-armored man was stunned, shook his head and mocked, what an idiot. Obviously. There was no such thing at all. This was just his escape plan. Then, the black-armored man also opened an altar and quickly left. Not long after the black-armored man left, probably less than 10 breaths, 2 figures descended in the sky above the coast. It was the ancestral dragon and the dragon's princess. Where is he? The mother and daughter glanced around, their faces full of suspicion. The dragon's princess frowned and said, the battle fluctuations are still there. They should have just left. What's going on? Didn't the black dragon's patriarch bring a heaven-defying artifact? Did he let Qin Feiyang go? The ancestral dragon clenched his hands, and a bone-chilling cold current surged out from his body. Chapter 23:35. Swish. Not long after, a figure appeared. It was the man in black who had returned. After discovering that he had been deceived, he immediately returned, wanting to settle the score with the black-armored man. In fact, he had already thought that the black-armored man would definitely take the opportunity to leave. But he still had a trace of luck in his heart. However, when he landed on the coast again, he saw Long Zun and Princess Dragons. At that moment, he became nervous and bowed, greetings to Lord Long Zun, greetings to your highness. Where's Qin Feiyang? Long Zun turned around and looked at the man in black. His eyes, which were covered by mist, flickered with an astonishing cold light. Lord, I'm sorry, the man in black knelt in front of Long Zun, his face full of panic. Speak. Long Zun coldly shouted. The man in black trembled and quickly told him what had happened, not daring to hide anything. Because he knew Long Zun's temper too well. Once he lied and was found out by Long Zun, even if he was the patriarch of the Black Dragon clan, he would still die. No matter who pleaded, it was useless. You were deceived by him just like that. Princess Dragons was stunned. I'm stupid. Please forgive me, Lord Long Zun, your highness. The man in black was terrified. You're really stupid. Although the ancestral dragons are seriously injured, Qin Batian dares to kill our clan? Trash. Long Zun was furious and slapped the man in black's face. The man in black was sent flying by the slap. His face was lacerated and blood flowed out. Lord, please spare my life. But in this regard, the man in black did not dare to complain at all. He quickly got up and, ignoring his injuries, ran to Long Zun and knelt down, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Long Zun coldly said, we dragons don't need trash. When the man in black heard this, his body trembled violently. He quickly looked at Princess Dragons and said, Your Highness, please help me. Princess Dragons glanced at him and looked at Long Zun. Mother, he was confused for a moment, that's why he was deceived by the other party. Please forgive him this time. Long Zun remained silent. Princess Dragons continued, besides, he was also concerned about the safety of the clan, so it's understandable. The black-robed man knelt at the side with his head lowered, feeling extremely uneasy. All right. Long Zun remained silent for a long time before he finally spoke. I'll let you off this time, but if there's a next time. The black-clothed man was overjoyed. He hurriedly said, Don't worry, my lord. There definitely won't be a next time. That better be the case. Long Zun snorted coldly. The black-clothed man looked at Princess Dragons and said gratefully, Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life. Princess Dragons smiled and said, It's fine. Get up quickly. I still have something to ask you. The black-clothed man stood up, his legs somewhat weak. It could be seen that he was truly frightened. The dragon princess asked, When you were fighting, did the castle appear? No. The black-clothed man shook his head. No. Princess Dragons frowned. If he had such a powerful divine artifact, why not use it? Are you sure? Long Zun asked. Yes. The black-clothed man nodded. Mother, there's no need to doubt this. Because if the castle appeared, he would definitely have turned into a corpse. Princess Dragons said. Long Zun nodded, feeling extremely puzzled in his heart. With Qin Feiyang's hatred for the dragons, once there was a chance, he would never show mercy. But why didn't he use the castle? Afraid of harming the innocent. But no matter how he looked at it, this child wasn't such a kind and benevolent person. Because every time he opened the slaughter domain, he had to slaughter countless creatures. It could be said that this child was more cold-blooded and cruel than anyone else. Princess Dragons pondered for a while, looked at the black-clothed man, and asked, where did they escape to? Over there. The black-clothed man pointed in the direction where Qin Feiyang and Fu Tu escaped. They have already entered the divine land. Princess Dragons looked over, pondered for a moment, shook her head and sighed. It's not easy to find him now. But no matter what, we have to find him. In short, he must die. Long Zun said. The castle's threat to the dragons was too great. As long as she didn't get rid of it, her heart wouldn't be at peace. Mother, leave this matter to me. I will think of a way to find him. Princess Dragons was silent for a while, looked at Long Zun and said, You. Long Zun's tone was filled with doubt. Princess Dragons hugged Long Zun's arm and said coquettishly, Just believe in your daughter this time, I promise to find him. Okay. But for safety's sake, I have to leave a killing intent in your sea of consciousness. Long Zun said. Okay. Princess Dragons nodded. Long Zun waved his hand, and a ray of milky white divine light immediately swept into Princess Dragons's forehead. Immediately, Long Zun looked at the black-clothed man again, and said coldly, Immediately inform all the patriarchs to wait for the princess's orders. Yes. The black-clothed man respectfully replied. Princess Dragons looked at Long Zun, then raised her head to look in the direction that Qin Feiyang had fled, and muttered, Just you wait, new and old debts, I will find you to settle them all. 5 days later. In the sky above a certain mountain range, a dark-skinned young man flashed past like a bolt of lightning and landed on top of a mountain. He was about 1.7 meters tall, with his upper body exposed. He wore a pair of black pants, and his muscles were bulging, emitting a valiant aura. That's right. He was Qin Feiyang. The axe had already returned to Fire Lotus's side. He had also changed his appearance once again. Along the way, all he saw were tragic scenes. The earth was shattered, and life was in a terrible situation. For 5 whole days, he didn't meet a single living person. However, when he arrived here, it began to gradually improve. The mountains and rivers were still full of devastation, but from time to time, one could see a large green tree. In some places, there was also grass growing tenaciously. This meant that the battle that day had almost ended here. Qin Feiyang stood on top of the mountain, looking at the mountains and rivers in front of him. Although he still couldn't find a single living person within his sight, but further away, he could already see a green land. There must be people there. Even if there was no one, there must be fierce beasts. Retracting his gaze, Qin Feiyang lowered his head again, looking at the divine moon jade pendant on his neck. This was something that had to be concealed. Because Long Zun and Princess Dragons had both seen the divine moon jade pendant. If they saw it, they would definitely be able to guess his identity from the divine moon jade pendant. After thinking about it, Qin Feiyang took out a black robe from the Chengkuan ring and put it on. The divine moon jade pendant was also hidden under the robe. I hope I don't meet dragons again. Muttering, Qin Feiyang rose into the air, turned into a stream of light, and continued to rush forward. About half an hour later, he finally entered a green mountain. The trees were luxuriant with branches and leaves, towering into the sky. The thick vines were entwined like dragons. On the ground, there were weeds and bushes everywhere. In the mountain, there was also a river dozens of meters wide. The turbulent river water flowed downwards. And in the mountains and forests, he could already see many fierce beasts. There were lions. There were cheetahs. There were giant tigers. There were also flying insects and poisonous snakes. In the sky, he could also see huge fierce birds from time to time. This place was completely different from the places Qin Feiyang had been before. It was full of vitality and vitality. Don't say it. These days, he had been facing the dry sea area and the lifeless and hole-riddled earth all day long. Now, when he saw the vibrant scene in front of him, Qin Feiyang was still a little excited. That kind of mood was like a desert that had been dry for a long time and finally welcomed rain. Chirp! Suddenly, a sharp cry broke Qin Feiyang's happy mood. He saw a black falcon rushing out of the mountains below. When it spread its wings, it was hundreds of feet long, covering the sky and the sun. Its whole body exuded an astonishing fierce aura. That pair of enormous eyes stared at Qin Feiyang with a frightening ominous glint in them. A divine lord, Qin Feiyang whispered, a little surprised. He didn't expect that the first creature he encountered after entering the divine land was a fierce beast at the level of a divine lord. It seemed that the overall strength of the divine land was much stronger than that of the North region and the other 3 regions. The falcon stared at Qin Feiyang as if it was looking at its prey. As the 2 enormous wings flapped, a violent gust of wind blew in this area. "I'm afraid you've found the wrong target." Qin Feiyang looked at the falcon and suddenly smiled. A wisp of blood appeared in his palm. A monstrous murderous aura suddenly swept in all directions like a storm. Kill formula. The falcon was also shocked by the sudden murderous aura. It quickly stopped in the void and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. But Qin Feiyang suddenly frowned. He clenched his 5 fingers, and the wisp of blood immediately dissipated. Ever since he entered the ancient world, the enemies he faced were all beyond what he could deal with. So all along, when facing enemies, he had basically used the 6-word divine formula or the power of heaven-defying divine weapons. As a result, he had almost forgotten about the dragon god technique, Guiyuan sword technique, sun and moon eclipse, fire phoenix technique, 3000 incarnations, and so on. The 6-word divine formula and heaven-defying divine weapons were indeed very powerful, but these were all life-saving means. He didn't have to always rely on them. So he made a last-minute decision. From this moment on, unless it was a matter of life and death, he was determined not to use these trump cards. No matter how big the crisis was, he had to rely on his own ability to solve it and fight. In this way, not only could he train himself and strengthen his combat awareness, but he could also slowly improve the grade of other divine formulas. For example, the Dragon God technique was now a peak-level divine formula. It couldn't be stuck at the peak-level divine formula for the rest of its life. It could still continue to improve. For example, the legendary level. For example, a level higher than the legendary level. Perhaps one day, it could even reach the level of the 6-word divine formula. And all of this was just wishful thinking. He couldn't think of it. He needed to work hard. Looking at the falcon again, it stared at Qin Feiyang with a trace of suspicion in its fierce eyes. What was going on? Why did that murderous aura suddenly disappear? Could it be that it was an illusion earlier? The murderous aura actually didn't exist at all? With that thought, the fierce light in the falcon's eyes appeared again. But it didn't let down its guard. It tentatively attacked and pounced at Qin Feiyang. Chapter 23:36. But even if it was just a test, he did not hold back at all. The 2 huge eagle claws were like sharp blades, emitting a sharp aura that could tear the sky and earth apart. Even if I don't activate the 6-word divine art, it's still easy to kill a mere divine lord like you. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Clang. Accompanied by a loud noise, 2 flaming sword shadows appeared out of nowhere. Guiyuan sword technique. As Qin Feiyang waved his hand, the 2 sword shadows cut through the sky and collided with the eagle claws. Boom! Immediately, the falcon was blasted away, and a wound appeared on its 2 claws, with blood gushing out. However, the 2 sword shadows were also shattered. After all, it's only a middle-grade divine art, not as strong as my physical body. Qin Feiyang shook his head, took a step forward, and directly raised his fist and smashed at the falcon. Too arrogant. Too arrogant. The falcon roared. The physical quality of a beast was naturally higher than that of a human. But the person in front of it actually wanted to fight with it. Wasn't this courting death? Since it wanted to die, then it would not be polite. Boom! It immediately rushed towards Qin Feiyang, and the bleeding eagle claws shattered a large part of the void. Qin Feiyang didn't retreat at all and punched out. Clang! When the fist landed on the falcon's sharp claws, an ear-piercing metallic sound was actually produced. The pair of eagle claws seemed to be made of divine iron. However, no matter how hard the eagle claws were, they could not withstand the power of Qin Feiyang's punch. With a crack, one of the eagle claws shattered on the spot. The falcon screamed in pain, flapped its wings, and frantically fled for its life. Its fierce eyes were filled with horror. But more than that, it was in disbelief. How could a human's physical strength be so terrifying? One must know that Qin Feiyang's current physical strength was comparable to a high-grade divine artifact. Even if it was a supreme-grade divine artifact, he dared to fight with his bare hands. As for Falcon's cultivation level, it was only a small realm higher than his. Even though his physical body was naturally stronger than a human's, he could not withstand the punch. It did not dare to continue fighting. Its body quickly shrank, and with a dive, it disappeared into the forest below. He escaped just like that. Qin Feiyang was stunned. In any case, it was a ferocious bird by nature. How could it not have a temper? However, this confrontation made him even more certain of his previous thoughts. He no longer relied on the power of the 6 words divine formula and the heaven-defying divine artifact. Just like the Guiyuan sword technique. What was the use of a mid-tier divine formula? Even in the northern region, no one would take a second look at a divine incantation of this level, let alone in the divine land. Therefore, it was necessary to raise the grade of these godly techniques. Otherwise, when facing the dragons in the future, these godly techniques would not be of any use. How unlucky. It wasn't easy to meet a human. I didn't expect him to be so strong. In the forest below, a palm-sized bird flapped its wings as it flew forward while complaining. It was that falcon. The shattered claws were still bleeding. I must take revenge for this. Falcon lowered its head and looked at its claws. The hostility in its eyes grew stronger. Then, it passed through the forest and flew straight toward a giant peak in the distance. The peak of the mountain was covered with rocks and weeds. On one side of the peak, there was a sparkling and translucent small tree. The small tree was about half a meter tall and had 3 branches. The leaves on them were extremely small. But the strange thing was, whether it was the trunk or the leaves, they were all black and gray. And at the top of the 3 branches, there were 3 black and gray fruits. The 3 fruits were about the size of a pigeon's egg. They were surrounded by wisps of black and gray mist, looking rather mysterious. Beside the small tree, there were 2 falcons. One was golden. The other was white. They were not big in size, but the aura they exuded was much stronger than the black falcon that Qin Feiyang had encountered before. They lay in the grass beside the small tree, with their heads buried, as if they were taking a nap. Big brother, second brother, I was bullied. Suddenly, with a piercing sound, the black falcon flew to the peak of the mountain and shouted at the golden and white falcons. The 2 falcons opened their eyes and looked at the black falcon suspiciously. When they saw the shattered claws, their eyes immediately shone with a fierce light. Who bullied you? They flew in front of the black falcon and said in a deep voice. The black falcon turned around and scanned the void. Soon, it saw a dark-skinned young man in black flying over. That's right. He was Qin Feiyang. But he didn't know that the black falcon had also come here. The black falcon raised its wings, pointed at Qin Feiyang, and said resentfully, "It's him. There's actually a human. Since half a month ago, when that terrifying wave of air hit, I haven't seen a single human. I can finally eat meat." The golden falcon and the white falcon were very excited. It was like seeing a delicious cake. Even his saliva was dripping out. The golden falcon asked, "Third brother, how is his strength?" His physical body is very strong and his strength is also very terrifying. My claws were shattered by his punch. But his divine technique is very weak. It's only a mid-tier divine technique. The black falcon said. The golden falcon's eyes immediately showed a trace of disdain when it heard that. It said, "No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than us?" That's right. I'm a perfect Sir God, and Big Brother is a perfect Sir God. Isn't it more than enough to kill him? The White Falcon also said. The Black Falcon said with murderous intent, then quickly kill him. I want to eat him alive. Big Brother, you don't have to do anything. Just watch. The White Falcon looked at the Golden Falcon and said, end it quickly. Don't give him a chance to escape. The Golden Falcon said, don't worry. Isn't it easy to kill a human who's just a low-tier Sir God? The White Falcon had a look of disdain. Then, it flapped its wings and flew toward Qin Fei Yang. Big Brother, I'll go help. The Black Falcon said and chased after the White Falcon. Helping was fake. Revenge was the real thing. Looking at Qin Fei Yang again, as he sped forward, he scanned the area below. There were quite a number of ferocious beasts in this forest, and they were basically at the level of War God and Sir God. However, none of the ferocious beasts could surpass the Black Falcon. It seemed that the Black Falcon should be the overlord of this mountain range. But suddenly, he was stunned and hurriedly looked up. He saw a White Falcon breaking through the sky like lightning. Not bad, a perfect Sir God. However, when he saw the Black Falcon chasing after him, he immediately understood. It turned out that he had found a helper and came to take revenge. In that case, the Black Falcon was not the overlord of this mountain range. Human, how dare you bully Third Brother? You really don't know what's good for you. The White Falcon was full of hostility. It shouted fiercely and then charged toward Qin Fei Yang. You still call me brother? Qin Fei Yang was stunned. Wait, Third Brother? Since the Black Falcon was Third Brother, there should be another one. He immediately lowered his head and scanned the mountains below. Soon, he saw the Golden Falcon at the top of the mountain. Perfect Sir God. Immediately, his pupils shrank. It turned out that the real overlord was there. Suddenly, he noticed the half-meter-tall tree next to the Golden Falcon. It seemed a little familiar, but he didn't have time to think too much. The White Falcon charged toward him with a rolling aura. Qin Fei Yang's eyes turned cold and he directly threw a punch. Boom! At that moment, the White Falcon was sent flying. Qin Fei Yang also took a few steps back. His arm was a little numb. The White Falcon looked at Qin Fei Yang in shock. Even a perfect Sir God like it could be sent flying. This power, this physical body, it was too strong. The Black Falcon also opened its eyes wide in anger. It was unbelievable to the extreme. It thought that Second Brother would be able to crush the other party easily, but it didn't expect that the result was a tie. It seemed that it had underestimated this human. The more I look at it, the more familiar it is. However, Qin Fei Yang didn't pay any attention to them. His mind was constantly thinking about the information about that small tree. Suddenly, a light flashed. Fire Lotus, quickly go and look at the pill scripture. See if there is any record of a black-gray tree. Qin Fei Yang hurriedly transmitted his voice. Okay. Fire Lotus responded and quickly ran into Qin Fei Yang's cultivation room. It was also at this moment. The White Falcon came back to its senses and suddenly shouted, Third Brother, let's attack together. The Black Falcon nodded. Boom. At that moment, their bodies swelled with the wind. In an instant, they were like two towering mountains. Divine Art, Black Moon / Divine Art, Ice Seal. Following closely, the two falcons roared in unison, and two divine powers suddenly surged out. The next moment, a pitch-black waning moon and a snow-white frost appeared, carrying a world-destroying divine power, and charged toward Qin Fei Yang. Divine Art. Qin Fei Yang was stunned. These two beasts actually had divine arts. And judging from the aura, it was a high-grade divine art. Humans who overestimate themselves, after you die, this emperor will eat all of your flesh and blood, without leaving a single bit behind. The Black Falcon laughed sinisterly. Who is the one overconfident? Qin Fei Yang's face flashed with a cold light, and with a wave of his hand, a wave of blood rolled out. This was actually the power of the purple-gold divine dragon. But because of the elixir given to him by his ancestor, it became like this. Not only did its appearance change greatly, even the aura of the divine dragon disappeared without a trace. As soon as the divine power appeared, a blood-red divine seal appeared in an instant. Divine dragon seal. This is, the white falcon was stunned. This was a mid-grade divine art. To hell with it. This aura was even stronger than a perfect divine art. It was obviously a peak-level divine art. As you said, you dare to cause trouble for me, you really don't know what death is. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. The divine dragon seal immediately broke through the air, like a mountain, and blasted toward the black moon. Clang! Boom! The black moon shattered on the spot, and the black falcon suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, the divine dragon seal blasted toward the frost. The two suddenly exploded in the void, creating a terrifying wave of air. The white falcon was immediately sent flying, and blood spurted out of its mouth. And Qin Feiyang was also forced to retreat, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, then looked down at the blood on his finger, and found it hard to accept. The white falcon actually hurt him? Chapter 2337. One had to know. In the past, even in the face of an immortal, he had the strength to fight. And now, a perfected immortal lord actually injured him? But suddenly, his expression was slightly stunned, and then a bitter smile crept onto his face. In the past, he was indeed powerful, but that was all because of the six-word divine formula. To be exact, it was not that he was powerful, but the six-word divine formula was powerful. And the Dragon God technique was only a peak divine formula. Compared to the six-word divine formula, it was worlds apart. He was used to the previous fighting style, and now that there was a sudden change, he was still not used to it. Although the Dragon God technique was a peak divine formula, his cultivation was only that of a low-level immortal lord. And although the White Falcon's divine formula was only superior, its cultivation was two small realms higher than Qin Feiyang's. In other words, Qin Feiyang's advantage in divine formula was evened out by the disadvantage in cultivation. Therefore, the strength of the two was naturally on par. Without the six-word divine formula, without the heaven-defying divine weapon, my strength is only so little. Qin Feiyang's heart was extremely bitter. Fortunately, he woke up in time. Otherwise, if he continued to rely on the six-word divine formula and the heaven-defying divine weapon, he would only become worse and worse. However, under normal circumstances, it was already very shocking for a low-level immortal lord to be able to fight with a perfected immortal lord and not be at a disadvantage. Qin Feiyang was just used to the previous fighting style and felt that it was a matter of course to fight with someone of a higher level, so he did not realize this point. Of course, everyone's pursuit was different. Some people were already very satisfied to be able to dominate the same level. Some people were very happy to be able to fight with someone of a higher level. And Qin Feiyang pursued perfection. He wanted to do better than others. Especially if others could not do it, he wanted to do it even more. Good luck. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands. Whether it was the Dragon God technique or other divine formulas, it would be upgraded to the legendary level sooner or later. At that time, his strength would undoubtedly increase by several times. Third brother, what's wrong with you? He has a peak divine formula, and you only tell me that he only has a mid-level divine formula. At the same time, the white falcon glared at the black falcon, almost going berserk. I don't know either. He didn't use this kind of divine formula just now. The black falcon also felt quite wronged. The white falcon glared at him and said to him, "This person seems to be pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Then let's retreat." The black falcon immediately, the immortal to use to run. The white falcon glared angrily at the black falcon and quickly fled to the top of the mountain. Immortal Lord, Immortal Lord, Immortal Lord to Immortal Lord to Immortal Immortal to Immortal to Immortal Immortal to Immortal 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 Lord. The golden falcon was also looking at Qin Feiyang with a hint of surprise in its eyes. The immortal 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 to immortal immortal of immortal 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 of immortal. Black Eagle escaped to the peak of the mountain, looked at the golden falcon and said, "Boss, this person is not simple." The white falcon also landed beside the golden falcon and said, "I underestimated him. You'll have to do it." The golden falcon glanced at them and suddenly soared into the sky. It stared at Qin Feiyang and said disdainfully, "A mere ant of a small success, divine sovereign dares to come to this emperor's territory to cause trouble. Are you tired of living? It doesn't matter if I'm tired of living or not. What's most important is that if you dare to attack me again, all three of you will die today." Qin Feiyang said. "Arrogant. Then let me see if you have the ability to do so." The golden falcon soared into the sky. At the same time, its palm-sized body expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, a giant eagle that was thousands of feet tall appeared at the peak of the clouds. Its aura shook the heavens. "Come up and accept your death." It was like a beast god that was looking down at Qin Feiyang from above as it shouted. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Qin Dage, I've found it." But then, Fire Lotus's voice was heard. "Tell me." Qin Feiyang was startled and quickly said, "Let me confirm it first. Are the fruits and leaves of the small tree also black and grey?" Fire Lotus asked. Qin Feiyang looked down at the tree in the middle of the mountain and said, "Yes." "What's he looking at? Don't tell me he's eyeing these three fruits." The black falcon and the white falcon noticed Qin Feiyang's gaze and immediately stood in front of the tree, staring at Qin Feiyang vigilantly. Hearing Qin Feiyang's answer, Fire Lotus seemed a bit excited and said, "That's right. That tree is called the Nirvana Divine Tree." "The Nirvana Divine Tree," Qin Feiyang murmured. "The Nirvana Divine Tree is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It's extremely rare and can only be found by chance. And the fruit of the Nirvana Divine Tree is called the Nirvana Divine Fruit. It's the main ingredient for refining the Nirvana Divine Pill." Fire Lotus said. "Yes. It's the Nirvana Divine Pill," Qin Feiyang said excitedly. When he broke through to the monarch god level, he opened the alchemy scripture and read it, but because Shangguan Fenglan had something to do at that time, he didn't read it carefully. However, although it was just a casual glance, it left an impression in his mind. That was why he felt familiar when he saw the tree, but he wasn't sure. But he didn't expect it to really be the Nirvana Divine Tree. And there were three fruits that were about to ripen. This was simply a blessing from the heavens, because the Nirvana Divine Pill was the pill that opened the door to the next level of potential. It could be said that, in his eyes, the Nirvana Divine Fruit was more important than any divine item. He had to get it. "What are you doing? Didn't you hear me tell you to come up and accept your death? Are you too scared to walk?" The golden falcon shouted, looking extremely impatient. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a step forward, rushed into the clouds, looked at the golden falcon, and said, "I'll give you a chance. Give me the Nirvana Divine Tree, and I'll spare your lives." "Ha ha!" The golden falcon immediately laughed out loud. That was mocking Qin Feiyang's stupidity and ignorance. "Looks like I really have to do it. I'll also take the opportunity to train myself." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent, his divine power roared, and the divine dragon seal appeared again. "In front of me, the peak divine art is just a joke." The golden falcon's aura erupted, and a golden divine power emerged. With a clang, a huge eagle claw appeared. The eagle claw was more than 1,000 feet long, and its divine power could destroy the world. It was as if it was cast in gold, emitting a dazzling light. "Shatter for me!" the golden falcon roared. That huge eagle claw was like a huge mountain, smashing towards the divine dragon seal. With a loud bang, the divine dragon seal shattered on the spot. Qin Feiyang's body trembled, and a mouthful of blood gushed out from his throat. His face was also pale. He looked at the eagle claw in shock. This was actually transformed from a perfect divine art. A perfect divine art, coupled with the cultivation of a perfect divine lord, this was far beyond the scope of what he could deal with. "I'll also give you a chance. Give me this peak divine art, and I'll spare your life." The golden falcon looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain. On the mountain peak below, the black falcon and the white falcon also sneered. "Instead, you're starting to rob me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The golden falcon said contemptuously, "Is the divine art more important, or is your life more important? I believe you know without me saying it. Don't be too arrogant," Qin Feiyang shouted. Suddenly, behind him, One figure after another appeared. These people, whether it was their appearance or their aura, were exactly the same as Qin Fei Yang. 3,000 incarnations. Back then, when he sparred with Frenzy on Turtle King Island, he raised his 3,000 incarnations to small success. In other words, now he could summon a total of 1,000 incarnations. And now, he didn't hold back. In less than 3 breaths, 1,000 incarnations all appeared, standing neatly in the void behind him. The terrifying aura condensed together, almost piercing through the sky. Mere incarnations, you dare to show off your incompetence. The golden falcon's eyes were full of disdain. Incarnations? The corner of Qin Fei Yang's mouth lifted, and he said indifferently, "Prove to it, are you all incarnations?" The corners of the 1,000 incarnations' mouths were also raised, full of ridicule. Boom. In an instant, 1,000 divine dragon seals appeared. The aura emitted by each divine dragon seal was not weaker than the divine dragon seal that Qin Fei Yang had evolved. Kill. All the incarnations shouted, and their killing intent shook the sky. Immediately after, the densely packed divine dragon seals turned into a meteor shower as they majestically shot towards the golden falcon. That terrifying aura shattered the sky, like a broken mirror. The golden falcon still had a look of disdain. The falcon's claws shook the clouds and blasted towards the divine dragon seals. Boom. Crack. One by one, the divine dragon seals were shattered. But the golden falcon's gaze became heavy. Because at the first moment of the confrontation, it sensed that something was wrong. The divine dragon seals that these incarnations evolved were not weaker than Qin Fei Yang's original body. Could it be that these were not incarnations, but the original body? But how was that possible? Everything in the world only had one original body. Boom. Almost half of the 1,000 divine dragon seals had been shattered by the giant falcon's claws. Seeing this, the golden falcon could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, and the contempt in its eyes reappeared. It looked at Qin Fei Yang and said, "So what if these incarnations of yours are different? They are still ants. This is just the beginning." Qin Fei Yang smiled coldly. Boom. Wisps of God force, including his true self, burst out of his body like a surging tide. Clang. The next moment, one by one, the statues appeared. Each statue was incomparably tall, blood-red, and their formation could not be seen clearly. Each of them held a battle sword in their hands. The battle swords also seemed to be condensed from blood. From afar, it looked like gods and demons had descended to the world. Bloodlight, illuminating the world. The third move, Supreme Ruler. After the bloodline power disappeared, the third move, Supreme Ruler, had undergone a tremendous change. Even the broken sword had become a complete battle sword. If one did not know about this statue in advance, they would never be recognized as the third move of the Divine Dragon technique. However, although the appearance had changed, the power was not reduced in the slightest. And all along, the third move, Supreme Ruler, had been stronger than the first and second moves. Take now for example. The power of the third move had already surpassed the pinnacle level of divine techniques and was on the verge of reaching the legendary level. In short, the power of the third move was between the pinnacle level and the legendary level. In other words, it had already surpassed the pinnacle level, but had not truly entered the legendary level. Chapter 2338. The 1,100 statues charged toward the giant eagle claw with monstrous power. The golden falcon was dumbfounded. After continuous exchanges, it could already confirm that the strength of these clones was exactly the same as Qin Fei Yang's original body. What was going on? Why were the clones so strong? Boom. The statues attacked the giant eagle claw continuously. Crack. The statues collapsed one by one. Even if the third move was stronger than the first and second moves, the golden falcon's cultivation was in front of it. And the giant eagle claw was also evolved from a perfect divine art. Therefore, it was difficult for the third move to turn the situation around. However, Qin Fei Yang was not discouraged. The 1,000 clones, including himself, continued to evolve the Guiyuan sword technique, Eclipse Moon, Fire Phoenix technique, Divine Dragon technique, Return to Ruins technique. At that moment, the sky was full of divine arts flying around. The terrifying aura shocked all directions. After a few hundred breaths of hard battle, the giant eagle claw collapsed. The golden falcon spat out a mouthful of blood, but the evil aura around it was even stronger than before. A mere low-level divine lord actually hurt it. Unforgivable. Boom. Divine power roared. Accompanied by terrifying divine power, two giant eagle claws suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Qin Feiyang already found it difficult to deal with one giant claw, let alone two. The pressure multiplied. Under the bombardment of the two giant claws, the divine arts that he and his 1,000 clones had evolved were constantly collapsing and disintegrating. His injuries were getting worse and worse. But at this moment, he seemed to be numb. Not only did he turn a blind eye to his injuries, but he was also not afraid of the two giant eagle claws at all. Although his eyes were weak, he seemed extremely calm. He continued to evolve the divine arts just like that. The same went for the 1,000 clones. What's going on? The golden falcon also gradually discovered this abnormality, and a trace of suspicion crept into its eyes. Clang! All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and 80 flaming sword shadows appeared. The number of the Guyuan sword technique was determined by the cultivation level. Now, Qin Feiyang had already stepped into the Divine Lord realm and could condense 80 sword shadows. But at this moment, there were more than 80 sword shadows. Because the 1,000 clones behind him had also activated the Guyuan sword technique. In other words, at this moment, there were a total of 80,080 sword shadows in this world. They were densely packed and pitilessly sharp. The most important thing was, at this moment, the aura emitted by these sword shadows was far stronger than before. Shockingly, it had risen to the level of a high-grade deity art. The golden falcon was dumbfounded. As long as one wasn't an idiot, one could tell that the other party was raising the grade of the deity art. However, raising the level of a deity art was an extremely difficult task. It could even be said that it was something that could only be found by chance. It would only happen a few times in a lifetime. Furthermore, normally, they would find breakthroughs in the midst of life and death. But this human actually advanced by a grade so easily. His potential and comprehension ability were too terrifying. However, Qin Feiyang still did not seem to notice the improvement of the Guyuan sword technique. More than 80,000 sword shadows turned into a rain of swords and blasted towards the two giant claws. Even though the Guyuan sword art had been raised to the level of a high-tier celestial art, it was still unable to do anything to the two eagle claws. Blood flowed from Qin Feiyang's mouth, dyeing his body red. But he still turned a blind eye to it. Boom! The eclipse of the sun and moon, the ruins of the end, suddenly appeared. The waning moon, the scorching sun, and the invisible force formed by the ruins of the end roared in the sky. Furthermore, the aura of these two deity arts also soared to another level. Perfect deity art. What? He actually raised the grade of 3 deity arts in a row? The golden falcon was dumbfounded. On the mountain peak below, the black falcon and the white falcon were also staring angrily. This was simply a monster. No. It should be said that he was abnormal. No matter how good his talent and potential were, it couldn't be so ridiculous. But what was this? An even more shocking scene appeared. The 4 moves of the Fire Phoenix art appeared almost at the same time. Boom! A terrifying divine might enveloped heaven and earth. The Fire Phoenix art, which was originally a perfect deity art, suddenly soared to the level of a peak deity art. Seeing this scene, the shock in the golden falcon's heart could no longer be described with words. It was understandable to raise a mid-tier deity art and a high-tier deity art. But to raise a perfect deity art to a peak deity art, was this something that ordinary people could do? This guy was definitely not human. Because it was impossible for a lowly human to have such terrifying aptitude. Divine Prefecture was ruled by dragons. Because of the influence of the dragons, other types of beasts also looked down on humans from the bottom of their hearts. However, the upgrade of the Fire Phoenix art did not stop Qin Feiyang. The 3 moves of the Dragon God art reappeared. The aura continued to soar. Wait, what is he going to do? Could it be that he wants to raise the peak deity art to the legendary deity art? The golden falcon, the white falcon, and the black falcon all stared at Qin Fei Yang with their eyes wide open at the same time, full of surprise and doubt. Boom! First was the third move. The third move, which had originally surpassed the peak deity art, directly broke the shackles and rose to the legendary deity art. The divine might soared several times in an instant. Immediately after, the first and second moves also began to crazily rush to the legendary deity art. How can this go on? Boss, quickly stop him. The black falcon roared anxiously. The golden falcon quivered and came back to his senses, his eyes suddenly surging with ferocity. Battle soul, open. With a low roar, a small golden falcon claw rushed out from behind him. That small falcon claw was as big as an adult's palm, its entire body was golden, and the aura it exuded was not the slightest bit inferior to the two giant falcon claws evolved from the perfect deity art. And at the same time, the white falcon and the black falcon also rushed into the sky, opened their battle souls, evolved the strongest deity art, and roared, "Lowly human, go to hell." At this moment, they did not hold back, only wanting to get rid of Qin Fei Yang as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they let it continue to develop, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boom! Qin Fei Yang and the 1,000 incarnations naturally would not sit still and wait for death. But unlike the 1,000 incarnations, Qin Fei Yang completely felt the danger and instinctively counterattacked. 1,001 statues, majestically charged forward. This move had already stepped into the legendary deity art. Low, middle, high, perfect, peak, legendary deity art. 6 levels, equivalent to 6 small realms. In other words, Qin Fei Yang's current battle strength had already surpassed that of a great perfection deity. However, even the legendary deity art could not ignore the barrier of a large realm like the 6-word deity art. So, it was only surpassing the great perfection deity art, not reaching the half-step deity art. As for the black falcon and the other two beasts, not to mention the black falcon and the white falcon, because the third move of the dragon god art had already killed them instantly. And the golden falcon had the cultivation of a great perfection deity art. It was 3 small realms higher than Qin Fei Yang, and with the perfect deity art, it could increase its strength by 4 small realms. In other words, the golden falcon's strength was 7 small realms higher than Qin Fei Yang. And excluding the increase of the third move, the golden falcon's strength was still 1 small realm higher than Qin Fei Yang. So, even if the third move had stepped into the legendary deity art, it would still be difficult for Qin Fei Yang to defeat the golden falcon. Boom! Under the bombardment of the golden falcon's battle soul and the deity art, the emperor statues shattered one after another. Every time an emperor statue shattered, the incarnations would also dissipate. Because after such a long battle, they had almost reached their limit. Crack! Accompanied by 2 loud sounds, the 2 giant eagle claws finally shattered. The black falcon and the white falcon's deity art and battle soul had also dissipated. The golden falcon's gaze turned cold as it shouted sternly, "Innate ability, strangle." At that moment, the golden falcon's claws stirred up a terrifying golden storm, shattering the statues and heading straight for Qin Fei Yang. After a while, all the statues disappeared. Qin Fei Yang's 1,000 incarnations also dispersed, leaving only Qin Fei Yang behind. But he was still immersed in comprehending the deity art. He didn't seem to notice the oncoming storm at all. But just as he was about to be engulfed by the storm, he waved his hands. The first move of the divine dragon seal and the second move of the divine dragon roar appeared, and the aura they emitted had reached the legendary deity art. It was also at this moment. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the golden storm. At this moment, his cultivation also soared to the great perfection deity art. It wasn't a breakthrough. It was the activation of the rising dragon technique. Following closely, with a wave of his hand, the divine dragon seal shone with a bloody light and blasted towards the storm. The blood dragon formed by the divine dragon roar raised its head to the sky and let out a dragon roar, also giving birth to a terrifying sound wave that rolled out. With the cultivation of a great perfection deity art, coupled with the legendary divine dragon roar and divine dragon seal, Qin Feiyang's current battle strength was already on par with the Golden Falcon. In some aspects, he was even stronger than the Golden Falcon. The two met with a loud bang. In less than 3 breaths of time, the Golden Storm was defeated by the Divine Dragon Seal and Divine Dragon Roar. Following closely, the two legendary deity arts charged towards the battle soul. Boom! Following an earth-shattering explosion, the Golden Falcon's fighting soul was also shattered. The Golden Falcon's blood gushed out, its eyes filled with shock. He really raised the peak deity art to the legendary deity art level. He was a complete pervert. At this moment, whether it was the Golden Falcon, the Black Falcon, or the White Falcon, they couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. Wait! Seeing that the Divine Dragon Seal was about to attack, the Golden Falcon quivered and hurriedly shouted at Qin Feiyang. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and the Divine Dragon Seal stopped above the heads of the 3 beasts. The corners of his mouth pursed into a sneer. This is a misunderstanding. We agree to give you the Nirvana tree. The Golden Falcon hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Do I still need you to give it to me now? Don't be unreasonable. If you provoke us, it won't do you any good. The Golden Falcon said in a deep voice. Then I really want to try. Killing intent flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes, and the Divine Dragon Seal fell with a loud bang. The Black Falcon and the White Falcon died on the spot, blood splattering in the sky. Although the Golden Falcon didn't die, its body was almost torn into pieces, and it was facing a near-death situation. But at the same time, in the void behind Qin Feiyang, a black sword light suddenly appeared, carrying a shocking murderous aura, and charged towards Qin Feiyang. There's still someone else. Qin Feiyang's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly teleported to the side. But that sword light was too sudden. And it was familiar. Puff! One of Qin Feiyang's arms was cut off on the spot, blood splattering in the sky.